Mother Redcap, or the Rosicrucians. A Legend of the North. Part the First. In the wild and mountainous region of East Lancashire, at the foot of the long line of hills called Blackstonage, and not far from the town of Rochdale, stood one of those old grim-looking mansions, the abode of our Saxon ancestors. A quiet, sheltered nest, where ages and generations had alike passed by. The wave of time had produced no change. The name and the inheritance were the same, and seemingly destined to continue unaltered by the mutations, the common lot of all that man labors to perpetuate. This state of things existed at the date of our story. Now, alas, the race of its former possessors is extinct, their name only remains a relic of things that were, their former mansion standing, 77 as if in mockery, amidst the hum of wheels. And in melancholy contrast with the toil and animation of this manufacturing, money-getting district. Buckley Hall, to which we allude, is still an object of interest to the antiquary and the lover of romance, telling of days that are forever departed, when the lords of these paternal acres were the occupants, not impoverishers, of the soil from unrecorded ages, constituting a tribe, a race of sturdy yeomanry attached to their country and to the lands on which they dwelt. But they are nigh extinct, other habits and other pursuits have prevailed. Profuse hospitality and rude benevolence have given place to habits of business as they are called, and to a more calculating and enterprising disposition. The most ancient families have become absorbed or overwhelmed by the mighty progress of this new element, this outpouring of wealth as from some unseen source. And in many instances their names only are recognized in these old and rickety mansions, now the habitation of the mechanic and the plebeian. Many of these dwellings remain, a melancholy contrast to the trim erections, the symbols of a new race, along with new habits and forms of existence, sufficiently testifying to the folly and the vain expectations of those who toil and labor hard for a long lease with posterity. This mansion, like the rest of our ancestral dwellings of the better sort, was built of wood, on a stone basement. The outside structure curiously vandyked in a zigzag fashion with wooden partitions, the interstices were filled with wickerwork, plastered with well-tempered clay, to which chopped straw imparted additional tenacity. When newly embellished, looking like the pattern, black and white, of some discreet magpie perched on the wooden pinnacles terminating each gable, or hopping saucily about the porch, that never-failing adjunct to these homely dwellings. Here, on a well-scoured bench, the master of the house would sit in converse with his family or his guests, enjoying the fresh and cheering breeze, without being fully exposed to its effects. The porch was universally adopted as a protection to the large flagged hall called the house part, which otherwise might have been seriously incommoded by the inclement atmosphere of these bleak districts. On one side of the hall, containing the great fireplace, was the guest parlor. Here the best bed was usually fixed, and here, too, all great occasions took place. Births, christenings, burials, all emanated from, or were accomplished in, this family chamber. Every member was there transmitted from the cradle to the grave. The low wide oaken stairs, to the first bending of which an active individual might have leaped without any such superfluous media. The naked gallery, with its little quaint doors on each side, hatched in the usual fashion, this opening into the storeroom, that into the servant's lodging, another into the closet where the choicest confections were kept. Opposite were the bed-chambers, and at the extremity of the gallery a ladder generally pointed the way to a loft, where, amongst heaps of winter stores, dried roots, and other vegetables, probably reposed one or two of the male servants on a straw mattress, well fortified from cold by an enormous quilt. Our description will apply with little variation to all. We love these deserted mansion houses that speak of the olden time, its good cheer and its rude but pleasant intercourse. Times and seasons that are forever gone, though we crave pardon for indulging in what may perhaps find little favor in the eyes of this generation, whose hopes and desires are to the future. Who say the past is but the childhood of our existence, it is gone, and shall not return. But there are yet some who love to linger on the remnants, the ruins of a former state, who look at these time-honored relics but as links that bring them into closer communion with bygone ages. and would fain live in the twilight of other years rather than the meridian splendor of the present. But we must not be seduced any further by these reflections. Our present business concerns the legend whose strange title stands at the head of this article. In one of the upper chambers at Buckley Hall before named, and not long ago, was an iron ring fixed to a strong staple in the wall, and to this ring a fearful story is still attached. The legend, as it is often told, is one of those wild improbable fictions, based on facts distorted and embellished to suit the taste of the listener or the fancy of the narrator. It will be our task to make out from these imaginative materials a narrative divested as much as possible of the marvelous, but at the same time retaining so much as will interest and excite the reader and lover of legendary lore. It was in one of those genial, mellow, autumnal evenings, so dear to all who can feel their influence, and so rare a luxury to the inhabitants of this weeping climate, when all living things wear the hue and warmth of the glowing atmosphere in which they are enveloped, that two lovers were sauntering by the rivulet, a wimpling burn, that, rising among the bare and barren moorlands of this uncultivated region, runs past Buckley Hall into the valley of the Rock. It was near the close of the 16th century, in the days of good Queen Bess, yet their apparel was somewhat homely even for this era of stuffed doublets and trunk hose. Such unseemly fashions had hardly travelled into these secluded districts. And the plain, stout, woolen jacket of their forefathers, and the ruffs, tippets, stays, and stomachers of their grandmothers, formed the ordinary wear of the belles and beaux of the province. Farthingales, or hooped petticoats, we are happy to say, for the sake of our heroine, were unknown. "Be of good cheer," said the lover. "There be troubles enow, believe me, without building them up out of our own silly fears, like boys with their snow hobgoblins, terrible enough in the twilight of fancy, but a gleam of sunshine will melt and dissipate them. Thou art sad to-night without reason. Imaginary fears are the worst to cope withal, having nor shape nor substance, we cannot combat with them. 'Tis hard, indeed, fighting with shadows. I cannot smile to-night, Gervas. There's a mountain here, a foreboding of some deadly sort. I might as soon lift Robin Hood's bed yonder as remove it. No more of this, my dearest Grace, at least not now. Let us enjoy this bright and sunny landscape. How sharply cut are those crags yonder on the sky. Blackstonage looks almost within a stride, or at least a good stone's throw. Thou knowest the old legend of Robin Hood. How that he made yonder rocks his dormitory, and by way of amusement pitched or quoit huge stones at a mark on the hill just above us, being some 4 or 5 miles from his station. It is still visible along with several stones lying near, and which are evidently from the same rock as that on which it is said he slept. I've heard such silly tales often. Nurse had many of these old stories wherewith to beguile us winter nights. She used to tell, too, about Eleanor Byron, who loved a fay or elf, and went to meet him at the fairies' chapel away yonder where the Spodden gushes through its rocky cleft. 'Tis a fearful story, and how she was delivered from the spell. I sometimes think on't till my very flesh creeps, and I could almost fancy that such an invisible thing is about me. With such converse did they beguile their evening walk, ever and anon making the subject bend to the burden of their own sweet ditty of mutual unchanging love. Grace Ashton was the only daughter of a wealthy yeoman, one of the gentry of that district, residing at Clegg Hall, a mile or 2 distant. Its dark low gables and quiet smoke might easily be distinguished from where they stood. It was said that the Cleggs, its original owners, had been beggared and dispossessed by vexatious and fraudulent lawsuits, and the Ashtons had achieved their purpose by dishonesty and chicane. However this might be, busy rumor gave currency and credit to the tale, though probably it had none other foundation than the idle and malevolent gossip of the envious and the unthinking. They had toiled up a narrow pathway on the right of a woody ravine, where the stream had evidently formed itself a passage through the loose strata in its course. The brook was heard, though hidden by the tangled underwood, and they stopped to listen. Soothing but melancholy was the sound. Even the birds seemed to chirp there in a sad and pensive twitter, not unnoticed by the lovers, though each kept the gloomy and fanciful apprehensions untold. Soon they gained the summit of a round heathery knoll, whence an extensive prospect rewarded their ascent. The squat, square tower of Rochdale Church might be seen above the dark trees nestling under its grey walls. The town was almost hidden by a glowing canopy of smoke gleaming in the bright sunset. Towards the north the bare bleak hills, undulating in sterile loneliness, and associating only with images of barrenness and desolation. Easterly, a long, level burst of light swept across meadow, wood, and pasture, green slopes dotted with bright homesteads, to the very base apparently of, though at some distance from, Blackstonage, now of the deepest, the most intense blue. Such a daring contrast of color gave a force and depth to the landscape, which, had it been portrayed, would, to critical eyes perhaps, have outraged the modesty of nature. The sky was already growing cold and grey above the ridge opposed to the burning brightness of the western horizon, and Grace Ashton pointed out the beautiful but fleeting hues of the landscape around them. Her companion, however, was engrossed by another object. Before them was an eminence marking the horizon to the northwest, though not more than a good bowshot from where they stood. Between this and their present standing was a little grassy hollow, through which the brook we have described trickled rather than ran, amidst moss and rushes, rendering the ground swampy and unsafe. On this hill stood Robin Hood's quoit stones. And on the largest, called the marking stone, a wild-looking and haggard figure was crouched. Her garments, worn and tattered, were of a dingy red, and her cap, or coiffure as it was then called, was of the same color. Her head was bent forward beyond the knee, as though she were listening towards the ground, or was expecting the approach of the individuals who now came suddenly, and to themselves unexpectedly, in view. Her figure, in the glow of that rich autumnal sky, looked of the deepest crimson, and of a bloody and portentous aspect. "What strange apparition is yonder," said Gervas Buckley, "on the hilltop there before us? Beshrew me, Grace, but it hath an evil and a rancorous look." But Grace, along with a short scream of surprise, betrayed, too, her recognition of the object, and clung with such evident terror to her companion that he turned from the object of his inquiries to gaze on his mistress. "What," said he, "hath yonder unknown such power? Methinks it hath moved thee strangely. Speak, Grace, can that hideous appearance in any way be linked with our destiny? I am ignorant as thou. But its coming, as I have heard, always forebodes disaster to our house. Hast not heard of a red woman that sometimes haunts this neighborhood? I never saw her until now, but I've heard strange and fearful stories of her appearing some years ago, and blighting the corn, poisoning the cattle, with many other diabolical witcheries. She is best known by the name of Mother Redcap. I've heard of this same witch in my boyhood. But what should we fear? She is flesh and blood like ourselves. And, in spite of the prevailing belief, I could never suppose power would be granted to some, generally the most wicked and the most worthless, which from the rest of mankind is capriciously withholden. Hush, Gervas. Thou knowest not how far the archenemy of mankind may be permitted to afflict bodily our guilty race. I could tell thee such tales of yonder creature as would stagger even the most stubborn of unbelievers. I will speak to her, nevertheless. Tarry here, I prithee, Grace. It were best I should go alone. Oh, do not, do not. None have sight of her, as I've heard, but mischief follows. What disaster, then, may we not expect from her evil tongue? I shudder at the anticipation. Stay here. I will not be left, and I cannot cross this dangerous swamp. Buckley was, however, bent on the adventure. His natural curiosity, inflamed by forbidden longing after the occult and the mysterious, to which he was too prone, even though skeptical as to their existence, rendered him proof against his mistress' entreaties. Probably from situation, or rather, it might be, the distance was judged greater than in reality it proved, but the form before them looked preternaturally enlarged. And as she raised her head her arms were flung out high above it like withered and wasted branches on each side. Trembling in every limb, Grace clung to her lover, and it was after long persuasion that she suffered him to lift her over the morass, and was dragged unwillingly up the hill. As though she were the victim of some terrible fascination, her eyes were constantly riveted on the object. A raven wheeled round them, every moment narrowing the circle of its flight, and the malicious bird looked eager for mischief. As they approached nearer to the summit, this ill-omened thing, after having brushed so close that they felt the very breath from its wings, alighted beside the Red Woman, who hardly seemed to notice, though well aware of their proximity. They paused when several paces distant, and she rose up suddenly, extending both arms, apparently to warn them from a nearer approach. Her skinny lips, rapidly moving to and fro, and her dark withered, bony, and cadaverous features, gave her more the appearance of a living mummy or a resurrection from the charnel house than aught instinct with the common attributes of humanity. Buckley was for a moment daunted. The form was so unlike anything he had ever seen. He was almost persuaded of the possibility that it might be some animated corpse doomed to wander forth either for punishment or expiation. Her lips still moved. A wild glassy eye was fixed upon them, and as she yet stood with extended arms, Gervas, almost wrought to desperation, cried out. "Who art thou? Thy business here?" A hollow sound, hardly like the tones of a human voice, answered in a slow and solemn adjuration. "Beware, rash fools. None approach the Red Woman but to their undoing. I know no hindrance to my free course in this domain. By whose authority am I forbidden?" said he, taking courage. "Away, mine errand is not to thee unless provoked. Unto whom is thy message?" "To thy leman, thy lady love, whom thou wilt cherish to thine hurt. Leave her, aye, though both hearts break in the separation." "I will not." "Then be partaker of the wrath that is just ready to burst upon her doomed house." "I told thee," said Grace, "she is the herald of misfortune. What woe does she denounce? What cruel judgment hast thou invoked upon our race?" cried she to this grim messenger of evil. "Evil will, evil must. I will cling to ye till your last sustenance be dried up, and your inheritance be taken from ye." "Her fate be mine," said Buckley, indignantly. "Her good or evil fortune I will share. Be it so. Thou hast made thy choice, and henceforth thou canst not complain." She stretched out her two hands, one towards Clegg Hall, the abode of the maiden, and the other towards Buckley, her lover's paternal roof, from which a blue curl of smoke was just visible over the rising grounds beneath them. "A doom and a curse to each," she muttered. "Your names shall depart, and your lands to the alien and the stranger. Your honors shall be trodden in the dust, and your hearths laid waste, and your habitations forsaken." In this fearful strain she continued until Buckley cried out. "Cease thy mumbling, witch. I'll have thee dealt with in such wise thy tongue shall find another use." Turning upon him a look of scorn, she seemed to grow fiercer in her maledictions. "Proud minion," she cried, "thou shalt die childless and a beggar." The cunning raven flapped his great heavy wings and seemed to croak an assent. He then hopped on his mistress' shoulder, and apparently whispered in her ear. "Sayest thou so?" said the witch. "Then give it to me, Ralph." The bird held out his beak, and out popped a plain gold ring. "Give this to thy mother, Dame Buckley. Say, 'tis long since they parted company, and ask if she knows or remembers aught of the Red Woman." Away! She threw the ring towards them. Both stooped to pick it up. They examined it curiously for a short space. "'Tis a wedding ring," said Buckley, "but not to wed bride of mine." Where was this? He stopped short in his inquiry, for lifting up his eyes he found the donor was gone. Neither of them saw the least trace of her departure. The stone whereon she sat was again vacant. All was silent, undisturbed, save the night breeze that came sighing over the hill, moaning and whistling through the withered bent and rushes at their feet. The shadows of evening were now creeping softly around them, and the valley below was already wrapped in mist. The air felt very chill. They shuddered, but it was in silence. This fearful vision, for such it now appeared to have been, filled them with unspeakable dread. Gervas yet held the ring in his hand. He would have thrown it from him, but Grace Ashton forbade. "Do her bidding in this matter," said she. Give it thy mother, and ask counsel of the sage and the discreet. There is some fearful mystery, some evil impending, or my apprehensions are strangely misled. They returned, but he was more disturbed than he cared to acknowledge. He felt as though some spell had been cast upon him, and cowed his hitherto undaunted spirit. They again wound down beside the rivulet into the meadows below, where the mist alone pointed out the course of the stream. The bat and the beetle crossed their path. Evil things only were abroad. All they saw and felt seemed to be ominous of the future. As they passed through a little wicket to the hall porch, Nicholas Buckley the father met them. Why, how now, loiterers? The cushat and the curlew have left the hill, and yet ye are abroad. 'Tis time the maiden were at home and looking after the household. We've been hindered, good sir. We will just get speech of our dame, and then away home with the gentle grace. Half an hour's good speeding will see her safe. Aye, belike, said the old man. Lovers and loiterers make mickle haste to part. Our dame is with the maids and the milk-pans at the dairy. The elder Buckley was a hale hearty yeoman, of a ruddy and cheerful countenance. A few wrinkles were puckered below the eyes, the rest of his face was sleek and comfortably disposed. A beard, once thick and glossy, was grown grey and thin, curling up short and stunted round his portly chin. Two bright twinkling eyes gave note of a stirring and restless temper, too sanguine, maybe, for success in the great and busy world, and not fitted either by education or disposition for its suspicions or its frauds. Yet he had the reputation of a clever merchant. Rochdale, even at that early period, was a well-known mart for the buyers and sellers of woolen stuffs and friezes. Many of the most wealthy merchants, too, indulged in foreign speculations and adventures, and amongst these the name of Nicholas Buckley was not the least conspicuous. They passed on to the dairy, where Dame Eleanor scolded the maids and skimmed the cream at the same moment, by way of economy in time. What look ye for here, was her first inquiry, for truly her temper was of a hasty and searching nature. Somewhat prone, as well, to cavilling and dispute, requiring much of her husband's placidity to furnish oil for the turbulent waters of her disposition. Thou wert better at thy father's desk than idling after thine unthrifty pleasures, tomorrow, maybe, sauntering among the hills with hound and horn, beating up with all the rabble in the parish. Nay, mother, chide not, I was never made for merchandise and barter, the price of fleeces in Todd Lane, and the broad ells at Manchester Market. And why not, said the dame, sharply, haven't I been the prop and stay of the house? Haven't I made bargains and ventures when thou hast been idling in hall and bower with love ditties and ladies' purfles? She was now moved to sudden choler, and Gervas did not dare to thwart her further, letting the passion spend itself by its own efforts, as he knew it were vain to check its torrent. Now Dame Eleanor Buckley was of a sharp and florid countenance, short-necked and broad-shouldered, her nose and chin almost hiding a pair of thin severe lips, the two prominences being close neighbors, especially in anger. In truth she guided, or rather managed, the whole circle of affairs. Aiding and counseling the speculations of her husband, who had happily been content with the produce and profit of his paternal acres, had not his helpmate, who inherited this mercantile spirit from her family, urged her partner to such unwonted lust and craving for gain. A huge bundle of keys hung at her girdle, which, when more than usually excited, did make a most discordant jingle to the tune that was a-going. Indeed, the height and violence of her passion might be pretty well guessed at by this index to its strength. When the storm had in some degree subsided, Gervas held up the ring. What's that, silly one? A wedding ring. She grew almost pale with wrath. How darest thou, a ring, to wed ere thou hast a home for thy pretty one? Ye may go beg, for here ye shall not tarry. Go to the next buckle beggar. A pretty wedding truly. When thou hast learned how to keep her honestly, 'twill be time enough to wed. But thou hast not earned a doit to put beside her dower, and all our ready moneys, and more, be in trade. Though, for the matter o' that, the pulling would be no great business either. But I tell thee again, thy father shall not portion an idler like thyself and pinch his trade. Marry, 'Tis enough to do, what with grievous sums lost in shipwrecks, and the time we have now to wait our returns from o'er sea. She went on at this rate for a considerable space, pausing at last, more for lack of breath than subject matter of discourse. Mother, said he, when fairly run down, 'tis not a purchase, 'tis a gift. By some one sillier than thyself, I warrant. I know not for that, I had it from a stranger. Stranger still, she replied sharply, chuckling at her own conceit. Look at it, mother. Know you such a one? The dame eyed it with no favour, but she turned it over with a curious look, at the same time lifting her eyes now and then towards the ceiling, as some train of recollection was awakening in her mind. Where gat ye this? Said Dame Eleanor, in a subdued but still querulous tone. On the hilltop yonder. Treasure trove belongs to Sir John Byron. 78 The lord of the manor claims all from the finders. It was a gift. Humph. Hast met gold finders on the hills, or demons, or genii that guard hidden treasure? We've seen the Red Woman. Had a sudden thunderclap burst over them, she could not have been more startled. She stood speechless, and seemingly incapable of reply. Holding the ring in one hand, her eyes were intently fixed upon it. What is it that troubles you? Said Gervas. Yon strange woman bade me give you the ring, and ask if so be that you remembered her. The dame looked up, her quick and saucy petulance exchanged for a subdued and melancholy air. Remember thee? Thou foul witch? Long years have passed, I thought thy persecutions at an end, thy prediction was nigh forgotten. It was my wedding ring, Gervas. More marvellous still. Peace, and I'll tell thee. Grace Ashton, come forward. I know thine ears are itching for the news. Well, it was when thou wast but a boy, Gervas, and I remember an evening just like this. I was standing by the drawwell yonder, looking, I now bethink me, at the dovecot, where I suspected thieves. And in a humour somewhat of the sharpest, I trow. By and by comes, what I thought, an impudent beggar woman for an alms. Her dress was red and tattered, with a high red cap to match. I chided her it might be somewhat harshly, and I shall not soon forget the malicious look she put on. I ask not, I need not thy benison, she said. I would have befriended thee, but I now curse thee altogether, and stretching out her shriveled arm, dry and bare, she shook it, threatening me with vengeance. Suddenly, or ere I was aware, she seized my left hand, drew off my wedding ring. Breathing upon it and mumbling a spell, she held it as though for me to take back, but with such a fiendish look of delight that I hesitated. All on a sudden I remembered to have heard my grandmother say that should a witch or warlock get your wedding ring, and have time to mutter over it a certain charm. So long as that ring is above ground, so long misery and misfortune do afflict the owner. Lucky it was I knew of this, for instead of replacing it I threw it into the well, being the nearest hiding place. And happy for me and thee it was so near. For, would you believe, though hardly a minute's space in my hand, the black heifer died, the red cow cast her calf, and a large venture of merchandise was wrecked in a fearful gale off the gulf. I had no sooner thrown it into the well than the witch looked more diabolical than ever. It will come again, dame, said she, and then looked to it, and with this threat she departed. But what am I doing? If it be the ring, which I doubt not, I've had it o'er long in my keeping. Even now disaster may be a-brewing, and is there not a richly freighted ship on its passage with silks and spices? I'll put it out of her reach this time anyhow. No. I'll hide it where never a witch in Christendom shall poke it out. Dame Eleanor went to the little burn below. Stooping, she scooped a hole in the gravel under water, there she laid the ring, and covered it over with stones. Thou art always after some of thy megrims, dame, said the elder Buckley, who had been watching her from the porch. Some spell or countercharm, A.S.E. warrant. With a look of great contempt for the incredulity of her spouse, she replied. Ay, goodman, sit there and scoff your fill. If 'tadn't been for my care and endeavours you had been penniless ere now. But so it is, I may slave night and day, I reckon. The whole roof tree, as a body may say, is on my shoulders, and what thanks? More hisses than thanks, more knocks than fair words. Never so well pleased as when opportunity was afforded for grumbling, the dame addressed herself again to her evening avocations. Pondering deeply what should be the issue of these things, Gervas set out with Grace Ashton to her house at Clegg Hall, a good mile distant. Evening had closed in, a chill wind blew from the hills. The west had lost its splendor, but a pure transparent brightness filled its place, across which the dark wavy outline of the high moorlands rested in deep unvarying shadow. In these bright depths a still brighter star hung, pure and of a diamond-like luster, the precursor, the herald of a blazing host just rising into view. As they walked on, it may well be supposed that the strange occurrences of the last few hours were the engrossing theme of their discourse. "My mother is a little too superstitious, I am aware," said Gervas. "But what I have witnessed tonight has rendered me something more credulous on this head than aforetime." "I don't half like this neighborhood," said his companion, looking round. "It hath an ill name, and I could almost fancy the Red Woman again, just yonder in our path." She looked wistfully, it was only the mist creeping lazily on with the stream. They were now ascending the hill towards Beal or Belfield, where the Knights Templars had formerly an establishment. Not a vestige now remains, though at that period a ruinous tower covered with ivy, a gateway, and an arch, existed as relics of their former grandeur. "Here lived the Lady Eleanor Byron," said Grace, pointing to the old hall close by, and as though an unpleasant recollection had crossed her. She shuddered as they passed by the grim archway beneath the tower. Whether it was fancy or reality she knew not, but as she looked curiously through its ivied tracery she thought the Red Woman was peering out maliciously upon them. She shrank aside, and pointed to the spot. But there was nothing visible save the dark and crumbling ruins, from which their steps were echoed with a dull and sullen sound. The night wind sighed round the grey battlements, and from its hidden recesses came moans and whispers, at least so it seemed to their heated imaginations. "Let us hasten hence," said Grace, "I like not this lonely spot. There was always a fear and a mystery about it. The tale of the invisible Sylphid and Eleanor Byron's elfish lover haunts me whenever I pass by, and I feel as though something was near, observing and influencing every movement and every thought. Come, come, adone I pray. Let not fear o'ermaster reason, else we shall see bogles in every bush." Above the gateway, in the little square tower now pulled down, was a loophole, nearly concealed by climbing shrubs, which rendered it easy for a person within to look out without being observed. As they passed a low humming din was heard. Then a rude ditty trolled from some not unskilful performer. The lovers stayed to listen, when a dark figure issued out of the gateway singing. "The bat haunts the tower, and the redbreast the bower, and the merry little sparrow by the chimney hops. Good Ian, hoots Master Owl. To who, his troll? Sing Hago, swing the can with. What, Tim? Is that thy stupid face?" said Gervas, breaking in upon his ditty, and right glad to be delivered from supernatural fears, though the object of them proved only this strolling minstrel. "Thou might as well kill us outright as frighten us to death." He that stood before them was one of those wandering musicians that haunt fairs and merrymakings, wakes, and such like pastimes, playing the fiddle and Jew-trump too at weddings and alehouses. In short, any sort of idleness never came amiss to these representatives of the old troubadours. A tight oval cap covered his shaggy poll. He was clad in a coarse doublet or jerkin slashed in the fashion of the time, while his nether integuments were fastened in the primitive mode by a wooden skewer. He could conjure too, and play antics to set the folks agape. But as to his honesty, it was of that dubious sort that few cared to have it in trust. He was apt at these alehouse ditties, many of them his own invention. He knew all the choicest ballads too, so that his vocation was much akin to the jongleurs or jongler of more ancient times, when Richard of the Lion's Heart and other renowned monarchs disdained not the gentle craft of poesy. Wherever was a feast, let it be a wedding or a funeral, Tim, like the harpies of old, scented the meat, and some of his many vocations were generally in request. This important functionary now stood whistling and singing by turns with the most admired unconcern. "What's thy business here?" cried Gervas, approaching him. The maid was fair, and the maid was coy. But the lover left, and the maid said, "Why? Sing, O the green willow. Answerest thou me with thy trumpery ditties? I'll have thee put the stocks, sirrah." "Oh, ha, mercy, master. There's naught amiss, at I know. I'm but talking roost here why, the owls and jackdaws a bit, maybe for want better lying. It were hard to have a better knack at lying than thou hast already. Hast gotten the weather into thy lodgings? When didst flit to thy new quarters? Haymo at Clegg is our savoured the new crop, and I want fresh air for my studies. Now art thou lying?" "Like a lover to his sweetheart," said Tim, interrupting him, and finishing the sentence. "Peace, knave. There's some mischief the wind. Thou art after no good, I trow. What dickens do I ail here? Is't aught at a man can lift off but stone was and ivy boughs? Marry, my little poke man summat else to thrive on nor these. There's been great outcry about poultry and other farmyard appendances a-missing of late, besides eggs and such like dainties enow to furnish pancakes and fritters for the whole parish. Hast gotten company in thy den above there? Jacks and puzzles, if ye like, Master Gervas. Climb up, lad, and there'll be a priol on us. Ha, ha. What? Our little sweetheart there would liefer be gangen. Will, 'tis natural, as a body may say. One is good, and two is good. But three's no company. Answer me quick, thou rogue. Is there any other but thyself yonder above? When I'm there I'm not here, and when I'm here. Sirrah, I'll flog the wind out thy worthless carcass. Hast any pilfering companions about thee? I do smell a savoury refection, victuals are cooking, or my nose belies its office. Fair speech, friend, wins a quiet answer, a soft word and a smooth tongue all the world over. What for mayn't I sup as well as my betters? As well, better belike. There's no such savour in our hall at eventide, nor in the best kitchen in the parish. It's not my faute, is't? By Our Lady, there's somebody in the chamber there. I saw the leaves fluttering from the loophole. Villain, who bears thee company? Daft. What fool would turn into roost wife me? Clean gone crazy, sure as I'm livin'. Nay, there's some plot here, some mischief hatching. I'll see, or. He was just going to make the attempt. But Tim withstood him, and in a peremptory manner barred the way. How? Am I barred by thee, and to my face? It's no business thine, Master Gervas. What's hatching there concerns not thee. Keep back, I say, or. Ha! Thou jingle-pated rascal, stand off, or I'll wring thy neck round as I would a jackdaw. Do not, Gervas, said Grace Ashton, fearful of some unlucky strife. Let us begone. We are too late already, and 'tis no business of ours. What? And be o'erfoten by this scurvy lackwit. Once more, who is there above? And what if I shouldn't tell thee? I'll baste thy carcass to a mummy, I'll make thee tender for the hounds. Another word to that, master, and it's a bargain. Let me pass. Not without my company. He whistled, and in a moment Gervas felt himself pinioned from behind. Looking round, he saw two stout fellows with their faces covered. And any other possibility of recognition was impracticable in the heavy twilight. Whose stocks now, cried the malicious rogue, laughing. Unhand me, or ye'll rue that ever ye wrought this outrage. Nay, that were a pretty stave, when we've gotten the bird, to open the trap, said Tim. Gervas immediately saw that another party had seized Grace Ashton. He raved and stamped until his maledictions were put an end to by an effectual gag, and he did not doubt but she had suffered the same treatment, for a short sharp scream only was heard. Being immediately blindfolded, he could only surmise that her usage was of a similar nature. He was so stupefied with surprise that for a short period he was hardly sensible to their further proceedings. When able to reflect, he found himself pinioned, and in a sitting posture. A damp chill was on his forehead. He had been dragged downwards, and, from the motion, steps were the medium of descent. A door or two had been raised or opened, a narrow passage previously traversed, and a short time only elapsed from the cool freshness of the evening air to the damp and stifling atmosphere that he now breathed. What could be the cause of his seizure he was quite incompetent to guess. He could not recollect that he had either pique or grudge on his hands, and what should be the result he only bewildered and wearied himself by striving to anticipate. It was surely a dream. He heard a voice of ravishing sweetness, such pure and silvery tones, that aught earthly could have produced it was out of the question. It was like the swell of some Aeolian lyre, words, too, modifying and enhancing that liquid harmony. It was a hymn, but in a foreign tongue. He soon recognized the evening hymn to the Virgin. Mater amata, intemerata. Ora, ora, pro nobis. So sweetly did the music melt into his soul, that he quite forgot his thrall, and every sense was attuned to the melody. When the sound ceased he made an effort to get free. He loosened his hands, and immediately tore off the bandage from his eyes. A few seconds elapsed, when he saw a light streaming through a crevice. Looking through, he saw a taper burning before a little shrine, where two females in white raiment, closely veiled, were kneeling. The celebration of such rites, at that time strictly prohibited, sufficiently accounted for their concealment, and plainly intimated that the parties were not of the Reformed faith. By the light which penetrated his cell from this source he saw it was furnished with a stone bench, and a narrow flight of steps in one corner communicated with a trapdoor above. The old mansion at Belfield, contiguous to these ruins, once belonging to the Knights of St. John, had been for some years untenanted, and, as often happens to the lot of deserted houses, strange noises, sights, and other manifestations of ghostly occupants were heard and seen by passers-by, rendering it a neighborhood not overliked by those who had business that way after nightfall. Gervas Buckley was pretty well assured that he had been conveyed into some concealed subterranean chamber, but for what purpose he could not comprehend. He was not easily intimidated. And though in a somewhat sorry plight, he now felt little apprehension on the score of supernatural visitations, but his seizure did not hold out an immunity as regards corporeal disturbers. He had not long to indulge these premonitory reflections ere a door was opened. A figure, completely enveloped in a black cloak, on which a red cross was conspicuously emblazoned, stood before him. He carried a torch, and Gervas saw a short naked sword glittering in his belt. "Follow me," said the intruder, and, without further parley, pointed to where another door was concealed in the pavement. This being opened, Gervas beheld, not without serious apprehension, a flight of steps evidently communicating with a lower dungeon. His conductor pointed to the descent, and it would have been useless folly to disobey. A damp and almost suffocating odor prevailed, as though from some long pent-up atmosphere, which did not give the prisoner any increasing relish or affection for the enterprise. He looked at his conductor, whose face and person were yet covered. Had he been a familiar of the Holy Inquisition, he could not have been more careful of concealment. Gervas looked now and then with a wistful glance towards his companion's weapon. Being himself unarmed, it would have been madness to attempt escape. He merely inquired in his descent, "Whence this outrage? I am unarmed, defenseless." But there was no reply. The guide, with an inclination of the head, pointed with his torch to the gulf his victim was about to enter. There was little use in disputation where the opposite party had so decided an advantage, and he thought it best to abide the issue without further impediment. He accordingly descended a few steps. His conductor fastened the door overhead, and they soon arrived at the bottom, at a low arched passage, where his guide dashed his flambeau against the wall, and it was immediately extinguished. Gervas was left once more in doubt and darkness. There was little space for explanation. He felt himself seized by an invisible hand, hurried unresistingly on, till, without any preparation, a blaze of light burst upon him. It was for a moment too overpowering to enable him to distinguish objects with any certainty. Soon, however, he saw a tolerably spacious vault or crypt, supported by massy pillars. He had often heard there existed many unexplored subterranean passages reaching to an incredible distance, made originally by the Knights Templars for their private use. One of these, it was said, extended even to the chantry just then dissolved at Milnrow, more than a mile distant. Many strange stories he had been told of these warrior monks. But centuries had elapsed since their suppression. For a moment he almost believed they were permitted to reappear, doomed at stated periods to reenact their unhallowed orgies, their cruelties, and their crimes. The chamber was lighted by 3 or 4 torches, their lurid unsteady life giving an ever-varying character to the surrounding objects. Opposite the entrance was a stone bench, occupied by several figures attired in a similar manner to his conductor. An individual in the center wore in addition a belt covered by some cabalistic devices. The scene was sufficiently inexplicable, and not at all elucidated by the following interrogation. "Thou hast been cited to our tribunal," said the chief inquisitor. "I know ye not," said Gervas, with great firmness, though hardly aware of the position he occupied. "Why hast thou not obeyed our summons?" "I have not heard of any such. Nor in good sooth should I have been careful to obey had your mandate been delivered." "Croix Rouge," said the interrogator, "has this delinquent been cited?" The person he addressed arose, bowed, and presented a written answer. "I have here," continued the chief, "sufficient proof that our summons hath been conveyed to thee, and that hitherto thine answer hath been contumaciously withheld. What sayest thou?" "I have yet to learn, firstly," said Gervas, with more indignation than prudence, "by what authority you would compel me to appear, and secondly, how and in what form such mandate had been sent. Bethink thee, is our answer to the last, the first will be manifested in due time. We might indeed leave thee ignorant as to what we require, but pity for thy youth and inexperience forbids. Clegg Hall is, thou knowest, along with the estate, now unlawfully holden by the Ashtons. I know that sundry popish recusants, plotting the overthrow of our most gracious queen, do say that other and more legitimate rights are in abeyance only. But the present owners are too well fortified to be dispossessed by hearsay. In the porch at Clegg thou wast accosted not long ago by a mendicant who solicited an alms. Probably so. Did he not hold out to thee the sign of the Rosy Cross, the token of our all-powerful fraternity of Rosicrucians? I do remember such a signal, and furthermore, I drove him forth as an impostor and a pretender to forbidden arts. He showed thee the sign, and bade thee follow. He did. And why was our summons disobeyed? Because I have yet to learn what authority you possess either for my summons or detention. The Brotherhood of the Red Cross are not disobeyed with impunity. I have heard of such a fraternity, as well too that they be idle cheats and lying impostors. We challenge not belief without sufficient testimony to the truth of our mission. In pity to man's infirmity this indulgence is permitted. We unfold the hidden operations, the very arcana of nature, whom we unclothe as it were to her very nakedness. Our doctrines thereby carry credence even to the most impious and unbelieving. Ere we command thy submission, it is permitted to behold some manifestation of our power. By means derived from the hidden essences of nature, the first principles which renovate and govern all things, the very elements of which they consist, we arrive at the incorporeal essence called spirit, holding converse with it undebased. Uninfluenced by the intervention of matter. Thus we converse in spirit with those that be absent, even though they were 1,000 leagues apart. And what has this jargon to do with my being dispatched hither? Listen, and reply not, the purport will be vouchsafed to thee anon. We can compel the spirits even of the absent to come at our bidding by subtle spells that none have power to disobey. We too can renew and invigorate life, and by the universal solvent bring about the renovation of all things, renovation and decay being the two antagonist principles, as light and darkness. As we can make darkness light and light darkness at our pleasure, so can we from decay bring forth life, and the contrary. Sayest thou this, dead body? A black curtain he had not hitherto observed was thrown aside, and he beheld the features of Grace Ashton, or he was strangely deceived. She was lying on a little couch, death visibly imprinted on her collapsed and sunken features. Murderers! I will have ye dealt with for this outrage. Maddened almost to frenzy, he would have rushed towards her, but he was firmly holden by a power superior to his own. She is now in the first region of departed spirits, said the chief. We have power to compel answer to our interrogatories. Listen, perverse mortal. We are well assured that a vast treasure is concealed hereabouts, hidden by the Knights of St. John. 'Tis beyond our unassisted power to discover. We have asked counsel of one whom we dare not disobey, and she it is hath commanded that we cite thee and Grace Ashton to the tribunal of the Rosy Cross. This corporeal substance now before us, by reason of its intimate union with the spirit, purged from the dross of mortality, will answer any question that may be propounded, and will utter many strange and infallible prophecies. It will solve doubtful questions, and discourse of things past, present, and to come, seeing that she is now in spirit where all knowledge is perfect, and hath her eyes and understanding cleared from the gross film of our corruption. But as spirit only hath power over those of its own nature by the law of universal sympathy, so she answers but to those by whom she is bidden that are of the same temperament and affinity. Which is shown by your affiance and love towards each other. The prisoner heard this mystic harangue with a vacant and fixed expression, as though his mind were wandering, and he hardly understood the profundity of the discourse. Every feeling was absorbed in the conviction that some horrid incantation had for ever deprived him of his beloved. Then he fancied some imposition had been practiced upon him. Being prevented from a closer examination, at length he felt some relief in the idea that the form he beheld might possibly be a counterfeit. He knew not what to say, and the speaker apparently waited his reply. Finding he was still silent, the former continued after a brief space. Our questions to this purport must necessarily be propounded by thee. Art thou prepared? Say on, said Gervas, determined to try the issue, however repugnant to his thoughts. Two of them now arose and stood at each end of the couch. The superior first made the sign of the cross. He then drew a book from his girdle, and read therein a Latin exorcism against the intrusion of evil spirits into the body, commanding those only of a heavenly and benign influence to attend. He lighted a taper compounded of many strange ingredients emitting a fragrant odor, and as the smoke curled heavily about him, flickering and indistinct, he looked like some necromancer about to perform his diabolical rites. The occupant of that miserable couch lay still as death. The first question, cried out the chief, and he looked towards the prisoner, who was now suffered to approach within a few paces of the bed. Is there treasure in this place? Gervas tried to repeat the question, but his tongue clave to his mouth. For the first time probably in his life he felt the sensation of horrible, undefined, uncontrollable fear, that fear of the unknown and supernatural, that shrinking from spiritual intercourse even with those we have loved best. It seemed as though he were in communion with the invisible world, that awful, incomprehensible state of existence, and with beings whose power and essence are yet unknown, armed, in imagination, with attributes of terror and of vengeance. With a desperate effort, however, he repeated the question. Breathless, and with intense agony, he awaited the response. It came. A voice, not from the lips of the recumbent victim, but as though it were some inward afflatus, hollow and sepulchral. The lips did not move, but the following reply was given. There is. Even the guilty confederates started back in alarm at the success of their own experiment. All was, however, still, silent as before. Taking courage, the next question was put in like manner. In what direction? Under the main pillar of the southeastern corner of the vault. After another pause, the following questions were asked. How may we obtain the treasure sought? By diligence and perseverance. At what time? When the moon hath trine to Mercury in the house of Saturn. Is it guarded? It is. By whom? By a power that shall crush you unless propitiated. Show us in what manner. I may not. My lips are sealed. That power is superior to mine, the rest is hidden from me. The treasure-seekers were silent, as though disappointed at this unexpected reply. Another attempt was, however, made. Shall we prosper in our undertaking? My time is nigh spent. I beseech you that I may depart, for I am in great torment. Thou shalt not, until thou answer. Beware. But this admonition was from another source, and in a different direction. The obscurity and smoke from the torches made it impossible to judge with any certainty whence the interruption proceeded. Gervas started and turned round. It might be fancy, but he was confident the features of the Red Woman were present to his apprehension. Horrors were accumulating. Even the United Brotherhood seemed to tremble as though in the presence of some being of whom they stood in awe. They awaited her approach in silence. Fool! Did I not warn thee to do my bidding only? And thou art hankering again, pampering thy cruel lust for gold. How darest thou question the maiden for this intent? Hence, and thank thy stars thou art not even now sent howling to thy doom. This terrible and mysterious woman came forward in great anger, and the Rosicrucian Brotherhood were thereby in great alarm. The maid is mine, begone! Said she, pointing the way. Like slaves under their master's frown, they crouched before this fearful personification of their unhallowed and forbidden practices, and departed. Gervas Buckley, she cried, thou art betrothed to the heiress of yon wide possessions. I am, said he, roused either to courage or desperation, even in the presence of a being whose power he felt conscious was not derived from one common source with his own. Dost thou confirm thy troth? I do, in life and in death she is mine. Pledge thyself, body and soul, to her. I am hers whilst I live, body and soul. Nothing but death shall part us. On thy soul's hope thou wilt fulfill this pledge. I will. Gervas looked wistfully towards his beloved. The inanimate form was yet pale and still, but a vague hope possessed him that the witch would again quicken her. 'Tis enough. But it must be sealed with blood. He felt her clammy hand on his arm, and a sharp pain as though from a puncture. He quickly withdrew it, and a blood drop fell on the floor. Thou art mine, forever. A loud yell rang through the vaults, and Gervas felt as though the doom of the lost spirits were his, that a whole troop of fiery demons had assailed him, and that he was borne away to the pit of torment. Happily his recollection forsook him, and he became unconscious of future suffering. Part the second. Morning rose bright and ruddy above the hills. The elder Buckley was up and stirring betimes. Agreeably to his usual practice, he had retired early to bed, leaving the household cares and duties to his helpmate. He was sitting in the porch when his dame, with a disturbed and portentous aspect, accosted him. I know not what hath come to the lad. Gervas, what of him? Said Nicholas, carelessly. He came home very late yesternight. But he did not speak, and he looked so wan and woebegone that I verily thought he had seen a ghost or some uncanny thing yonder on his road home. I've just now been to rouse him, but he will not answer. Prithee go and get speech of him, good or bad. I think my heart the lad's bewitched. Nicholas Buckley was a man of few words, especially in the presence of his helpmate, so he merely groaned out an incredulous wonder, and went off as he was bidden. He saw Gervas evidently under the influence of some stupefying spell. His eyes were open, but he noticed neither the question nor the person who accosted him. There was something so horrible and mysterious in his whole appearance that the good man felt alarmed, and went back to his dame with all possible expedition. What could have happened? They guessed, and made 1,000 odd surmises, improbable enough the greater part, but all merging in the prevailing bugbear of the day, witchcraft, which was resorted to as a satisfactory explanation under every possible difficulty. Had his malady any connection with the unexpected appearance of the Red Woman and the ring? It was safe buried, however, and that was a comfort. But after all, her thoughts always involuntarily recurred to this unpleasant subject. She could not shake off her suspicions, and there was little use in attempting further measures unless she could fight the evil one with his own weapons. To this end, she began to cast about for some cunning wizard who might countervail the plots of this malicious witch. Now at this period, Dr. D, celebrated for his extraordinary revelations respecting the world of spirits, had been promoted by Queen Elizabeth, a firm believer in astrology and other recondite pursuits, to the wardenship of the Collegiate Church at Manchester. His fame had spread far and wide. He had not long been returned from his mission to the Emperor Rodolph at Prague, and his intercourse with invisible things was as firmly believed as the common occurrences of the day, and as well authenticated. The character of D has both been underrated and misunderstood. By most, if not all, he has been looked upon merely as a visionary and an enthusiast, credulous and ambitious, without the power, though he had sufficient will, to compass the most mischievous designs. But under these outward weaknesses and superstitions, tinctured and modified by the prevailing belief in supernatural interferences, there was a bold and vigorous mind, frustrated, it is true, by circumstances which he could not control. D aimed at the entire change and subjugation of affairs, ecclesiastical and political, to the dominion of an unseen power, a theocracy or millennium, himself the sole medium of communication, the high priest and lawgiver. To this end he sought the alliance and support of foreign potentates, and his diary, published by Casaubon, the original of which is in the British Museum, is a remarkable and curious detail of the intrigues resorted to for this purpose. His mission to the Emperor Rodolph, offering him the scepter of universal dominion, is told with great minuteness, and there is little doubt that Elizabeth herself did not disdain to converse and consult with him on this extraordinary project. Her visits to his house at Mortlake are well known. He had been consulted as to a favorable day for her coronation, and received many splendid promises of preferment that were never realized. At length, disappointed and hopeless as to the success of his once daring expectations, he settled down to the only piece of preferment within his reach, to wit, the wardenship of the Collegiate Church of Manchester, where he arrived with his family in the beginning of February 1596. His advice and assistance were much resorted to, and particularly in cases of supposed witchcraft and demoniacal possession, articles of unshaken belief at that period with all but speculatists and optimists, the Sadducees of their day and generation. His chief colleague throughout his former revelations had been one Edward Kelly, born at Worcester, where he practiced as an apothecary. In his diary D says they were brought together by the ministration of the angel Uriel. He was called Kelly the Seer. This faculty of seeing, by means of a magic crystal not being possessed by the doctor, he was obliged to have recourse to Kelly, who had, or pretended to have, this rare faculty. Afterwards, however, he found out that Kelly had deceived him, those spirits which ministered at his bidding not being messengers from the deity, as he once supposed, but lying spirits sent to deceive and to betray. Kelly was an undoubted impostor, though evidently himself a believer in magic and the black art. Addicted to diabolical and mischievous practices, he was a fearful ensample of those deluders given up to their own inventions to believe the very lies wherewith they attempted to deceive. He was a great treasure hunter and invoker of demons, and it is said would not scruple to have recourse to the most disgusting brutalities for the gratification of his avarice and debauchery. In Weaver's funereal monuments, it is recorded that Kelly, in company with one Paul Waring, went to the churchyard of Walton Lodale, near Preston, where a person was interred at that time supposed to have hidden a large sum of money, and who had died without disclosing the secret. They entered precisely at midnight, the grave having been pointed out to them the preceding day. They dug down to the coffin, opened it, and exorcised the spirit of the deceased, until the body rose from the grave and stood upright before them. Having satisfied their inquiries, it is said that many strange predictions were uttered concerning divers persons in the neighborhood, which were literally and remarkably fulfilled. At the date of our legend Kelly had been parted from the doctor for a considerable time. The doctor having found out his proneness to these evil courses, Kelly bore no goodwill to his former patron and associate. We have not space, or it would be an interesting inquiry, as connected with the superstitions of our ancestors, to trace the character and career of these individuals, men once famous amongst their contemporaries. Forming part of the history of those times, and exerting a permanent influence immediately on the national character, and remotely on that of a future and indefinite period. Dame Eleanor Buckley was morally certain, firstly, that her son was witched, and secondly, that no time should be lost in procuring relief. Nicholas therefore took horse for Manchester that very forenoon, with the intention of consulting the learned doctor above named on his son's malady. Ere he left, however, there came tidings that Grace Ashton had not returned home, and was supposed to have tarried at Buckley for the night. Trembling at this unexpected news, the dame once more applied to her son. He was still wide awake on the couch, in the same position, and apparently unconscious of her presence. In great anxiety she conjured him to say if he knew what had befallen Grace Ashton. "She is dead," was his reply, in a voice strangely altered from his usual careless and happy tone. Nothing further, however, could be drawn from him, but shortly after there came one with additional tidings. "Inquiry has been set on foot," said the messenger, "and Tim, well known at wakes and merrymakings, doth come forward with evidence which justifies a suspicion that is abroad, to wit, that she has met death by some unfair dealing. And further, he scruples not to throw out dark and mysterious hints that implicate your son as being privy to her disappearance." At this unlooked-for intelligence the mother's fortitude gave way. Tribulation and anguish had indeed set in upon them like a flood. The ring, so unaccountably brought back by the Red Woman, was beyond doubt the cause of all their misfortunes, its reappearance, as she anticipated, being the harbinger of misery. What should be the next arrow from her quiver she trembled to forebode. But in the midst of this fever of doubt and apprehension one hope sustained her, and that was the result of her husband's mission to Dr. D., who would doubtless find out the nature of the spell, and relieve them from its curse. Let us follow the traveller to D's lodgings in the deanery, where at that time this renowned astrologer was located. Nicholas Buckley found him sitting in a small dismal-looking study, where he was introduced with little show either of formality or hesitation. The doctor was now old, and his sharp, keen, grey eyes had suffered greatly by reason of room and much study. Pale, but of a pleasant countenance, his manner, if not so grave and sedate as became one of his deep and learned research, yet displaying a vigour and vivacity the sure intimation of that quenchless ardour. The usual concomitant of all who are destined to eminence, or to any conspicuous part in the age on which they are thrown. Not idle worthless weeds on the strand of time, but landmarks or beacons in the ocean of life, to warn or to direct. He was short in stature, and somewhat thin. A rusty black velvet cap, without ornament, surmounted his forehead, from which a few straggling grey hairs crept forth, rivaling his pale, thoughtful brow in whiteness. He sat in a curiously embossed chair, with a brown-black leathern cushion, beside an oaken table or trestle, groaning under the weight of many ponderous volumes of all hues and subjects. Divers and occult were the tractates there displayed, and unintelligible save to the initiated. Alchemy was just then his favourite research, and he was vainly endeavouring to master the jargon under which its worthlessness and folly were concealed. Nicholas Buckley related his mishap, and, as far as he was able, the circumstances connected with it. The doctor then erected a horoscope for the hour. After consulting this, he said, "I will undertake for thee, if so be that my poor abilities, hitherto sorely neglected, and I may say despised, can bring thee any succour. Indeed the land groans by reason of the sin of witchcraft, a noisome plague now infesting this afflicted realm, and a grievous scandal to the members and ministers of our Reformed Church. The ring is of a surety bewitched, and by one more powerful and wicked than thou canst possibly imagine. I tell thee plainly, that unless the charm be broken, the recovery of the young man were vain, nay, in all likelihood, thine own ruin will be the result." The merchant groaned audibly at this doleful news. He thought upon his merchandise and his adventures o'er sea, his treasures and his argosies, committed to the tender mercies of the deep, and he recounted them in brief. "Cannot these be rescued from such disaster?" inquired he dolefully. "I know not yet," was the reply. Saturn, that hath his location here, governing these expected treasures, now beholds the seventh house of the figure I have just erected with a quartile aspect. They be evil tokens, but as regards this same Mother Redcap or the Red Woman, who hath doubtless brought you into grievous trouble, I know her. Nay, look not incredulous. How, it is not needful to inquire. Suffice it that she hath great power, through from a different source from mine. She is of the Rosicrucian order, one of the sisters, of which there are 5 throughout Europe and Asia. They have intercourse with spirits, communicating too with each other, though at never so great a distance, by means of this mystical agency. She hath been here, aye, even in the very place where thou sittest. The visitor started from his chair. And I am not ignorant of her devices. She is of a papistical breed, and the recusant priests, if I mistake not, are at the working of some diabolical plot, it may be against the life and government of our gracious Queen. They would employ the devil himself, if need were, to compass their intent. She hath travelled much, and doubtless hath learned marvellous secrets from the Moors and Arabian doctors. It is, however, little to the purpose at present that we continue this discourse. What more properly concerns thee is how to get rid of this grievous visitation, which, unless removed, will of a surety fall out to thine undoing. By prayer and fasting much may be accomplished, together with the use of all lawful means for thy release. Alas, said Buckley, I fear me there is little hope of a favourable issue, and I may not be delivered from this wicked one. Be of good heart, we will set to work presently, and, if it be possible, counterplot this cunning witch. But to this end it is needful that I visit the young man, peradventure we may gather tidings of her. I know not any impediment to my journey this very day. Aye. Even so, said he, poring over some unimaginable diagrams. Good. There is a marvellous proper aspect for our enterprise 30 minutes after midnight. Thou hast doubtless taken horse with thy servant hither. I will take his place and bear thee company. The doctor was soon equipped for travel, much to the comfort of the afflicted applicant, who was like to have taken his departure with a sorry heart, and in great disquietude. On their arrival at Buckley, Dee would needs see the patient instantly. No change had taken place since morning, and he still refused any sustenance that might be offered. The doctor examined him narrowly, but refrained from pronouncing on his case. It was now evening. The sun shot a languid and fitful ray athwart the vapours gathering to receive him, and its light shone on the full couch of the invalid. The astrologer was sitting apart, in profound meditation. Dame Eleanor suddenly roused him. He has just asked for the Red Woman, said she, and I heard him bemoaning himself, saying that he is betrothed to her, and that she will come ere long to claim his pledge. Hark, he mutters again. Dee immediately went to the bedside. I did not kill her, said the victim, shuddering. He dashed the cold sweat from his forehead with some violence. He then started up. Is she come? Said he in a low, hollow voice, and he sat up in the attitude of intense expectation. Not yet, he uttered with great rapidity, and sank down again as though exhausted. A stormy and lowering sky now gathered above the sun's track, and the chamber suddenly grew dark. The inmates looked as though expecting some terrific, some visible manifestation of their tormentor. Dee looked out through the window. There was nothing worthy of remark, save an angry heap of clouds, rolling and twisting together, the sure forerunner of a tempest. The whole country is astir, said Dame Eleanor. They are seeking for the body of Grace Ashton in pits and secret places. Woe is me that I should live to see the day, the poor lad there is loaden with curses, and fearful threatenings are uttered against us. We are verily in jeopardy of our lives. Hurried she fell a weeping, and truly it was piteous to behold. We must first get an answer from him, said the doctor, ere measures can be devised for his recovery. 'Tis said there will be a warrant for his apprehension on the morrow, said the elder Buckley. There is some terrible perplexing mystery, if not knavery, in this matter, said Dee. And I have been thinking, nay, I more than suspect, that rascal Kelly hath a hand in it. He is ever hankering after forbidden arts, and many have fallen the innocent victims to his diabolical intrigues. He hath become a great adept of late, too, as I am told, in this Rosicrucian philosophy, and if we have here a clue to our labyrinth, depend on it we'll get to the end speedily. To spite and frustrate that juggling cheat I will spare neither pains nor study, though of a surety we only use lawful and appointed means. Prayers and exorcisms must be resorted to, and help craved from a higher source than theirs. At length the forms and usages generally resorted to on such occasions were entered upon. Loud and fervent were the responses, continuing even to a late hour, but without producing any change. The wind, hitherto rushing only in short fierce gusts through the valley, now gathered in loud heavy lunges against the corner of the house, almost extinguishing the solitary light on the table near to which Dee sat. The casements rattled, and the whole fabric shook as they passed by. At length there came a lull, fearful in its very silence, as though the elements were gathering strength for one mighty onslaught. On it came like an overwhelming surge, and for a moment threatened them with immediate destruction. Dust, pebbles, and dead branches were flung on the window, as though bursting through, to the great terror of the inmates. Again it drew back, and there was stillness so immediate, it was even more appalling than the loudest assaults of the tempest. The household, too, were silent. Even Dee was evidently disturbed, and as though in expectation of some extraordinary occurrence. A sharp quick tapping was heard at the casement. "What is that?" was the general inquiry. Gervas evidently heard it too, and was apparently listening. Dee arose. He went slowly towards the window, as if carefully scrutinizing what might present itself. He put his face nearly close to the glass, and manifestly beheld some object which caused him to draw back. His forehead became puckered by intense emotion, either from surprise or alarm. He put one finger on his brow, as though taking counsel from his own thoughts, deliberating for a moment what course to pursue. At length, much to the astonishment of his companions, he opened the latch of the casement, when, with a dismal croak, a raven came hopping in. With outstretched wings he jumped down on the floor, and would have gone direct to the bed, but the doctor caught him, and by main force held him back. Fluttering and screaming, the bird made every effort to escape, but not before Dee was aware of a label tied round his neck. This he quickly detached. After which the winged messenger flew back through the open window, either having finished his errand, or not liking his entertainment. Dee opened the billet, a bit of parchment, and out dropped the ring. In the envelope was a mystical scroll, encompassed with magic emblems, wherein was written the following doggerel, either in blood or colored so as to represent it. "By this ring a charm is wound, rolling darkly round and round, ne'er beginning, ending never. Woe betide this house for ever. Thou art mine through life, in death I'll receive thy latest breath. Plighted is thy vow to me. Mine thy doom, thy destiny. Sealed with blood, this endless token, like the spell, shall ne'er be broken." Alarm was but too legible on the doctor's brow. He was evidently taken by surprise. He read it aloud, while fearful groans responded from the victim. "'Tis a case of grievous perplexity," said he, "and I am sore distraught. If he have sworn his very soul to her, as this rhyme doth seem to intimate, I am miserably afflicted for his case. Doubtless, 'tis some snare which hath unwillingly been thrown about him. Nevertheless, I will diligently and warily address myself to the task, and heaven grant us a safe deliverance. Yet I freely own there is both danger and extremity in the attempt. She will doubtless appear and claim the fulfillment of his pledge. But I must cope with her alone, none else may witness the conflict. It is not the first time that I have battled with the powers of darkness. But what motive hath she for this persecution? It is not surely out of sheer malice," said the dame, weeping. "Belike not," replied Dee thoughtfully. "It doth savour of those incantations whereof I oft read in diverse tractates, whereby she expects to gain advantage or deliverance if she sacrifice another victim to the demon whereunto she hath sold herself. Indeed, we hear of some whose tenure of life can only be renewed by the yearly substitution of another, and it is to this possible danger that our feeble efforts must be directed. But I trust in aid stronger than the united hosts of the Prince of Darkness. This very night, I doubt not, will come the final struggle. The wind was now still, but ever and anon bursts of hail hurtled on the window. Thunder growled in the distance, waxing louder and louder, until its roar might have appalled the stoutest heart. With many anxious wishes and admonitions the distressed parents left the doctor to himself. He took from his pocket an hourglass, a Bible, and a Latin translation from the Arabic, being a treatise on witches, genii, demons, and the like, together with their symbols, method of invocation, and many other subjects equally useful. Intent on his studies, he hardly looked aside save for the purpose of turning the glass, when he immediately became absorbed as before. Now and then he cast a glance towards the bed. His patient lay perfectly quiet, but the doctor fancied he was listening. About midnight he heard a groan, he shut his book, and, looking aside, beheld the terrible iron aspect of the Red Woman glaring fiercely upon him. She had in all likelihood been concealed somewhere within hearing, for a closet door, on one side of the chamber, stood open as though she had just issued from it. With great presence of mind he adjured her that she should declare her errand. "I am here on my master's business, mine errand concerns not thee," was the reply. Her terrible eyes glanced, as she spoke, towards the bed where the unfortunate Gervas Buckley lay writhing as though in torment. "By what compact or agreement is he thine, foul sorceress? Knowest thou not that there are bounds beyond which he cannot prevail? He hath sworn, the compact is sealed with blood, and must be fulfilled. I am here to claim mine own. And it is at thy peril thou prevent me. I fear thee not, but am prepared to withstand thee and all thy works. Beware. There's a black drop in thine own cup," said she. "Thou thyself hast sought counsel by forbidden arts, and I can crush thee in a moment." Dee looked as though vanquished on the sudden. He was not altogether clear from this charge, having, though at Kelly's instigation, been led somewhat farther than was advisable into practices which in his heart he condemned. He, however, now felt convinced that Kelly had some hand in the business, knowing, too, that he would associate with the most wicked and abandoned, if so be that he might compass his greedy and unhallowed desire. "Depart whilst thou may," she continued. "I warn thee. Yonder inheritance is mine, though the silly damsel they have lost be the reputed heir. Aforetime I have told thee. Wronged of our rights, I have sold myself, body and soul, for revenge. By unjust persecutions we have been proscribed, those of the true faith have been forced to fly, and even our lands and our patrimony given to yon graceless heretics. But why persecute this unoffending house? They have not done thee wrong. It is commanded, the doom must be fulfilled. One condition only was appointed. A hard task, to wit, but what cannot power and ingenuity compass? When one shall pledge himself thine and for ever, then the inheritance thou seekest is thine also, which none shall take from thee. But he too must be rendered up to me. This was the doom. 'Tis fulfilled. He hath pledged himself body and soul, and that ring, if need be, is witness to his troth." "Is Grace Ashton living or dead?" inquired Dee, with a firm and penetrating glance. "When he hath surrendered to his pledge it shall be told thee." "Wicked sorceress," said the doctor, rising in great anger, "he shall not be thy victim, thine arts shall be countervailed. The powers of darkness are not, in the end, permitted to prevail, though for a time their devices seem to prosper. Listen, and answer me truly, or I will compel thee in such wise that thou darest not disobey. Was there none other condition to thy bond?" The weird woman here broke forth into a laugh so wild and scornful that the archfiend himself could hardly have surpassed it in malice. "Fret not thyself," she said, "and I will tell thee. No, then, I am scathless from all harm until that feeble ring shall be able to bind me, none other bonds may prevail. This ring bind thee? Even so, and as a blade of grass I could rend it. Judge, then, of my safety. Fire, air, and water, all the elements, cannot have the power to hurt me. I hold a charmed life. The price is paid. Dee looked curiously round the little thin ring which he held, and indeed it were hopeless to suppose so frail a fetter could restrain her. Thou hast told me the truth. I have, on my hope of prospering in this pursuit of our patrimony. And what is thy purpose with the lad? I have need of him. He is my hostage to him whom I serve. Thou wilt not take him by force. I will not. He will follow whithersoever I lead. He has neither will nor power to disobey. Grant a little space, I prithee. 'Tis a doleful doom for one so young. Tomorrow my time hath expired. Either he or I must be surrendered to. Here she pointed downwards. Agreed. Tomorrow at this hour. We will be prepared. The witch unwillingly departed as she came. The closet door was shut as with a violent gust of wind, after which Dee sat pondering deeply on the matter, but unable to come to any satisfactory conclusion. He never suspected for one moment what in this evil and matter-of-fact generation would have occurred even to the most credulous, to wit, that either insanity or fanaticism, aided by fortuitous events, if we may so speak, was the cause of this delusion, at least to the unhappy woman now the object of Dee's most abstruse speculations. His thoughts, however, would often recur to his quondam associate, Kelly, and, if in the neighborhood, which he suspected, an interview with him might possibly be of use, and afford some clue to guide their proceedings. Committing himself to a short repose, he determined to make diligent search for this mischievous individual, having comforted in some measure the unhappy couple below stairs, who were in a state of great apprehension lest their son had already fallen a victim, and were ready to give up all for lost. Early on the ensuing day the doctor bent his steps towards Clegg Hall, whence the old family of that name had been dispossessed, and from whom that mysterious individual, the Red Woman, claimed descent. The air was fresh and bracing after the night's tempest. Traces of its fury, however, were plainly visible. Huge trees had been swept down, as though some giant hand had crushed them. Rising the hill towards Belfield, he stayed a moment to look round him. There was something in the loneliness and desertion of the spot that was congenial to his thoughts. The rooks cawed round their ancient inheritance, but all was ruin and disorder. His curiosity was excited. He had sufficient local knowledge to remember it was once an establishment of the Knights of St. John some centuries before, and he remembered too, that according to vulgar tradition, great riches were buried somewhere in the vaults. A thought struck him that it was not an unlikely spot for the operations of Master Kelly. Impressed with this idea, a notion was soon engendered that his errand need not carry him farther. He drew near to the ivied archway beneath the tower. The mavis whistled for its mate, and the sparrow chirped amongst the foliage. All else was silent and apparently deserted. He entered the gateway. Inside, on the right hand, was a narrow flight of steps, and, impelled by curiosity, he clambered, though with some difficulty, into a dilapidated chamber above. Here the loopholes were covered with ivy, but it was unroofed, and the floor was strewn with rubbish, the accumulation of ages. Through a narrow breach at one corner he saw what had once been a concealed passage, evidently piercing the immense thickness of the walls, and leading probably to some secret chambers not ordinarily in use. He now heard voices below, and taking advantage thereby, crept into the passage, probably expecting to gather some news by listening to the visitors if they approached. Two of these ascended the broken steps, and every word was audible from his place of concealment. He instantly recognized the voice of Kelly. The other was a stranger. "Ah, ah! Old Mother Redcap, I tell thee, says we can never get the treasure. By this good spade, and a willing arm to wit, the gold is mine ere 2 hours older," said Kelly. "I am terribly afeard o' these same boggarts," replied his companion. "Towden, LL come sure enough among us, sure as my name's Tim, some time or another. Never fear, none key, thee knows what a lump I've promised thee, and as for the old one, trust me for that, I can lay him in the Red Sea at any time. Haven't I and that old silly doctor, who pretends, forsooth, to have conscience qualms when there's aught to be gotten, though as fond o' the stuff as any of us, haven't we, I say, by conjurations and fumigations, raised and laid a whole legion o' them? Why, man, I'm as well acquainted with the kingdom of Beelzebub, and his ministers to boot, as I am with my own. Don't make sich an ugly talk about, prithee, good sir. I thought I heard some at their the passage, and I think my heart I darn face again for a, gowd monkseller. Tush, fool. If we get hold on, now it shall be ours, and none o' the rest of our brethren o' the Red Cross need share, thee knows. But thou be'st but newly dubbed and hardly initiated yet in our sublime mysteries. Nevertheless, I will be indifferent honest too, and for thy great services to us and to our cause I do promise thee a largess when it comes to our fingers, that is to say, 1/5 to thee, and 1/5 to me. The other 3 shares do go to the general treasure house of the community, of which I take half. A goodly portion, marry, but I'd liefer not gang ony farther. Villain! Thou art bent on treachery. If thou draw back I'll ha thee hanged or otherwise punished for what thou hast done. Remember, knave, thou art in my power. The guilty victim groaned piteously, but he was irretrievably entangled. The toils had been spread by a master hand. He saw the gulf to which he was hurried, but could not extricate himself. Yonder women, plague take said Tim, what's up now? I know this owd witch who's sold hersel to blackface I'm afeard, is owner o' many a good rood o' land hereabout, and owd ha, too, why, its pertenances. But she's brought fro Spain or Italy, as I be too'd, a main lot o' these same priest gear, and they're lurkin' hereabout like rabbits in a warren, till she can get rid o' these Ashtons. Mony a year long past I've seen her prowling about, but she never could get her ends gredly till now. By my help she shall, said Kelly, it's a bargain between us. She's brought her grandchildren too, who left England in their youth, being educated in a convent o'erseas. They're just ready to drop into possession. But poor Grace Ashton, she's gi'n me mony a dish of hot porridge and bannocks. She shanna be hurt if I can help it. Fool, the wench must be provided for. Look thee, if she get away, she'll spoil all. When dead, young Buckley must be charged with the murder. We'll, but I'll ha not more to do Ian tack your own fling, I'll wash my hands on't altogether, and so. I want help, thou chicken-faced varlet, come, budge, to thy work, we may have helpers to the booty, if time be lost. Mercy on us! Said Tim, in great dolour, I wish I had ne'er had aught to do treasure hunting and sich-like occupation. If ever I get rid of this job, if I don't stick to my old trade, hang me up to dry. Hold thy peace, carrion. And remember, should a whisper even escape thee, I will have thee hanged in good earnest. Aye, just like Satan, ticing to iniquity, and, then, biggest rogue allies turns retriever. None o' thy pretences, thou hast as liquorish a longing after the gold as any miser in the parish, and when the broad pieces and the silver nobles jingle in thy fob, thou'lt forget thy qualms, and thank me into the bargain. Now to work. Let me see, what did the Sleeping Beauty say? Humph, under the main pillar at the southeast corner. Good. Nay, man, don't light up yet. Let us get fairly underground first, for fear of accidents. To the great alarm of Dr. D, who heard every word, these 2 worthies came straight towards the opening. He drew on one side at a venture. Luckily it proved the right one, they proceeded up the passage in the opposite direction. He heard them groping at the further end. A trapdoor was evidently raised, and he was pretty well convinced they had found the way to the vaults. Probably it had been blocked up for ages until recently, and in all likelihood Tim had pointed it out, as well as the notion that treasure was concealed somewhere in these labyrinths. How to make this discovery in some way subservient to his mission was the next consideration, and with a firm conviction, generally the forerunner of success, he determined to employ some bold stratagem for their detection. They were now fairly in the trap, and he hoped to make sure of the vermin. For this end he cautiously felt his way to the opposite extremity of the passage, where he found the floor emitted a hollow sound. This was assuredly the entrance. But he tried in vain, it resisted every effort. Here, however, he determined to keep watch and seize them if possible on their egress, trusting to his good fortune or his courage for help in any emergency that might ensue. At times he laid his ear to the ground, but nothing was audible as to their operations below. This convinced him they were at a considerable distance from the entry, but he felt assured that ere long they must emerge from their den, when, taken by surprise, he should have little difficulty in securing the first that came forth. Keeping fast the door until he had made sure of his captive. He watched patiently for some time, when all on a sudden he heard a rumbling subterraneous noise, and he plainly felt the ground tremble under his feet. A loud shriek was heard below, and presently footsteps approaching the entrance. He had scarcely time to draw aside ere the door was burst open, and some one rushed forth. The doctor seized him by the throat, and ere he had recovered from his consternation, dragged him out of the passage. "Villain! What is it ye are plotting here about? Confess, or I'll have thee dealt with after thy deserts." "Oh, I'll tell all, I will," sobbed out the delinquent, gasping with terror. Tim, for it was none other, fell on his knees crying for mercy. "Whoever thou art," continued he, "come and help for one that's afan under a heavy calamity. Bad though he be, we mauna let him perish for lack o' lookin' after. Hast got a light, knave? I'll run and fetch one." "Nay, nay. We part not company until better acquainted. Is there not a candle below?" "Alas, 'tis put out, and, oh, I'd forgotten, here's matchbox I my pocket." He drew forth the requisite materials, and they were soon equipped, exploring the concealed chambers we have before described. With difficulty they now found their way, by reason of the dust arising from the recent catastrophe. Dee followed cautiously on, keeping a wary eye on his leader lest some deceit or stratagem should be intended. They now approached a heap of ruins almost choking the entrance to the larger vault. He thought groans issued from beneath. "He's not dead yet," said Tim. Here, good sir, help me to shift this stone first." They set to work in good earnest, and, with no little difficulty and delay, at length succeeded in releasing the unfortunate treasure hunter. Eager to possess the supposed riches, they had incautiously undermined one of the main supports of the roof, and Kelly was buried under the ruins. Fortunately he lay in the hollow he had made, otherwise nothing but a miracle could have saved him from immediate death. He was terribly bruised, nevertheless, and presented a pitiable spectacle. Bleeding and sore wounded, he was hardly sensible as they bore him out into the fresh air. Apparently unable to move, they laid him on the ground until help could be obtained. In a while he recovered. "Thou art verily incorrigible," said the doctor to his former associate. "Where is the maiden ye have so cruelly conveyed away?" But Kelly was dogged, and would not answer. "I have heard and know all," continued Dee. "So that, unless thou wilt confess, assuredly I will have thee lodged in the next jail on accusation of the murder. Thy diabolical practices will sooner or later bring thee to punishment." "Promise not to molest me," said Kelly, who feared nothing but the strong arm of the law, so utterly was he given over to a reprobate mind, even to commit iniquity with greediness. "What? And let thee forth to compass other and maybe more heinous mischief." "I promise nothing, save that thou be prevented from such pursuits. Thou hast entered into covenant with the woman whom it is our purpose in due time to deliver up to the secular arm. You think to compass your mutual ends by this compact, but be assured your schemes shall be frustrated, and that speedily." At this Kelly again fell into a sulky mood, maimed and helpless though he was, and revenge, dark and deadly, distorted his visage. Tim here stepped forward. "I do repent me of this iniquity, and, if ever I'm catched meddling sich tickle deer again, I'll gie ye leave to hang me up without judge or jury." The best proof of repentance is restitution, said the doctor. Knowest thou aught of the maiden? I'll find her, if ye can keep that noisome wizard Frey hurting me. He swears that if I tell, e'en by nods, winks, or otherwise, he'll send me in a whirlwind. I will give thee my pledge, not a hair of thy head shall be damaged. He has the key in his pocket. What of that? It's the key to the old house door yonder, and she's either there or but lately fetched away. The doctor proceeded, though not without opposition, to the search. The key was soon produced, and accompanied by the repentant ballad-monger, he approached the mansion, which, as we have before noticed, was near at hand, apparently untenanted. Yonder knave, I think, cannot escape, said D. No, no, said his conductor, unless Summat fetches him, he's too well hampered for that. His legs are smashed that downfa. They entered a little court almost choked up with leaves and long grass. The door was unlocked, and a desolate scene presented itself. The hall was covered with damp and mildew, all was rotting in ruin and decay. Tim led the way upstairs. The same appearances were still manifest. The dark shadow of death seemed to brood there, an interminable silence. They entered a small closet, nearly dark, and here, on a miserable pallet, lay the form of Grace Ashton, now, alas, pale and haggard. She seemed altogether unconscious of their presence. The horrible events of the preceding night had brought on mental as well as bodily disease. It was the practice of these treasure-seekers either to raise up a dead body for the desired information, or to throw the living into such a state of mental hallucination that they should answer dark and difficult questions whilst in that condition. It not unfrequently happened, however, that the unfortunate victims to these horrid rites either lost their lives or their reason during the experiment. We will not pursue the recital in the present case. Suffice it to say, that Grace Ashton was immediately removed and placed under the care of her friends. The doctor went back to Kelly for further disclosures, but what was his surprise to find that by some means or another he had escaped. He now lost no time in returning to Buckley, communicating the painful, though in some degree welcome, intelligence that Grace Ashton had been rescued from her persecutors. It was now time to adopt measures for their reception of the witch, who would doubtless not fail in her appointment. D was yet in doubt as to the issue, and he thought it needful to acquaint them with the only method by which the spell could be broken. How it were possible that the ring should ever bind her was a mystery that at present he could not solve. Dame Eleanor listened very attentively, then sharply replied. I have heard this charm aforetime, or, by Our Lady, but I have it. She almost capered for joy. We will not, however, anticipate the result, but entreat our readers to suspend their guesses, and again accompany us to the chamber where lay the heir of Buckley, still grievously tormented. Midnight again approached. D was sitting at the table, apparently in deep study. He had examined the closet, and found it communicated by another passage to an outer door, and it was through this that the Red Woman had contrived to enter without being observed. The learned doctor was evidently awaiting her approach with no little anxiety. Once or twice he fancied someone tapped at the casement, but it was only the wind rushing by in stormy gusts, increasing in strength and frequency as the time drew nigh. Hark! Was not that a distant shriek? It might be the creaking of the boughs and the old yew tree by the door, thought D, and again, in a while, he relapsed into a profound reverie. Another. He heard the jarring of rusty hinges, a heavy step. And, the Red Woman stood beside him, but with such a malevolent aspect that he was somewhat startled and uneasy at her presence. I am beguiled of my prey, mocked, thwarted. But beware, old man, thy meddling may prove dangerous. I will possess the inheritance, though every earthly power withstood me. That boy is mine. He hath sworn it, sealed it with his heart's blood, and I demand the pledge. The victim groaned. Hearest thou that response? 'Tis an assent. He is mine in spite of your stratagems. This was probably but the raving of a disordered intellect, but Dee was too deeply imbued with the superstitions of the age to suppose for a moment that it was not a case of undisguised witchcraft. Or that this wicked hag was not invested with sufficient power to execute whatever either anger or caprice might suggest. "What is thy will with the wretched victim thou hast ensnared?" he inquired. "I have told thee. Thou wilt not convey him away bodily to his tormentors. Unless they have a victim, the inheritance may not be mine." She said this with such a fiendish malice that made even the exorcist tremble. His presence of mind, however, did not forsake him. "The ring, I remember, there was a condition in the bond. In all such compacts there is ever a loophole for escape." "None that thou canst creep through," she said, with a look of scorn. "It is not permitted that the children of men be tempted above measure. When that ring shall have strength to bind me, and not till then. All other bonds I rend asunder. Even adamant were as flaming tow." "Here is a ring of stout iron," said Dee, pointing to an iron ring fixed by a stout staple in the wall. "I think it would try thy boasted strength. I could break it as the feeble reed." The doctor shook his head incredulously. "Try me. Thou shalt find it no empty boast." She seemed proud that her words should be put to the test. And even proposed that her arms should be pinioned, and her body fastened with stout cords to the iron ring which had been prepared for this purpose. "Thou shalt soon find which is the strongest," said she, exultingly. "I have broken bonds ere now to which these are but as a thread." She looked confident of success, and surveyed the whole proceeding with a look of unutterable scorn. "Now do thy worst, thou wicked one," said Dee, when he had finished. But lo! A shriek that might have wakened the dead. She was unable to extricate herself, being held in spite of the most desperate efforts to escape. With a loud yell she cried out. "Thou hast played me false, demon." "'Tis not thy demon," said Dee. "It is I that have circumvented thee. In that iron ring is concealed the charmed one, wrought out by a cunning smith to this intent, to wit, the deliverance of a persecuted house." The Red Woman now appeared shorn of her strength. Her charms and her delusions were dispelled. She sank into the condition of a hopeless, wretched maniac, and was for some time closely confined to this chamber. Buckley, recovering soon after, was united to Grace Ashton, who, it is confidently asserted, and perhaps believed, was restored to immediate health when the charm was broken. The Death Painter. Or, the Skeleton's Bride. "This will hardly keep body and soul together," said Conrad Bergman, as he eyed with a dissatisfied countenance some score of dingy kreuzers thrust into his palm by a patron of early genius. One of those individuals who take great merit to themselves by just keeping their victims in that enviable position between life and death, between absolute starvation and hopeless, abject poverty, which effectually represses all efforts to excel. Controls and quenches all but longings after immortality, who just fan the flame to let it smoke and quiver in the socket, but sedulously prevent it rising to any degree of steadiness and brilliance. Conrad that morning had taken home a picture, his sole occupation for 2 months, and this patron, a dealer in the fine arts, dwelling in the good, quiet city of Mannheim, had given him a sum equivalent to 36 shillings sterling for his labor. Peradventure, it was not in the highest style of art, but what Schwartz and Baron or Weiss Ross, black bears, white horses, spread eagles, and the like, the meanest, worst painted signs in the city, would not have commanded a higher price. In fact, Conrad had just genius enough to make himself miserable, to wit, by aspiring after those honors it was impossible to attain, keeping him thereby in a constant fret and disappointment, instead of being content with his station, or striving for objects within his reach. Could he have drudged on as some dauber of signposts, or taken to useful employment, he might doubtless have earned a comfortable sustenance. He had, however, like many another child of genius, a soul above such vulgarities. Yearning after the ideal and the vain, having too much genius for himself and too little for the world, suspended in a sort of Mahomet's coffin between earth and heaven, contemned, rejected, by gods, men, and columns. Conrad Bergman was about 22, of good figure and well-proportioned features, complexion fair, bright bluish-grey eyes, whiskers well matched with a pale, poetical, it might be sickly hue of countenance, and an expression more inclining to melancholy than persons of such mean condition have a right to assume. His father had brought him up to a trade, an honest thriving business, to wit, that of knopfmacher, button-maker. But Conrad, the youngest, and his mother's favourite, happened to be indulged with more idle time than the rest, which, for the most part, was laudably expended in scrawling sundry hideous representations, all manner of things on walls and wainscots. Persevering in this occupation he was forthwith pronounced a genius. About the age of 15, Conrad saw a huge Saint Christopher, by a native artist, and straightway his destiny was fixed. He struggled on for some years with little success save being pronounced by the gossips marvellously clever. His performances wanted that careful and elaborate course of study indispensable even to the most exalted genius. They were not only glaring, tawdry, and ill-drawn, but worse conceived, flashy, crude accumulations of color only rendering their defects more apparent. He was in a great measure self-taught. His impetuous, ardent imagination could not endure the labor requisite to form an artist. He would fain have read ere he had learned to spell, and the result might easily have been foretold. His father died, and the family were but scantily provided for. Conrad was now forced to make out a livelihood by what was previously an amusement, not having a trade in his fingers. And he toiled on, selling his productions for the veriest trifle. He had now no leisure for improvement in the first elements of his art. Better starve or beg, better be errand boy or lackey, than waste my talents on such an ungrateful world. I'll turn conjurer, fire-eater, mountebank, set the fools agape at fairs and pastimes. Anything rather than killing, starving by inches. Why, the criminals at hard labor in the fortress have less work and better fare. I wish. What dost wish, honest youth, said a tall, heavy-eyed, beetle-browed, swarthy personage, who poked his face round from behind, close to that of the unfortunate artist, with great freedom and familiarity. I wish thou hadst better manners, or wast I the stocks, where every prying impertinent should be, replied Conrad, being in no very placable humour with his morning's work. The stranger laughed, not at all abashed by this ill-mannered, testy rebuke, replying good-humouredly. Ah! Master canvas spoiler! Wherefore so hasty this morning? My legs befit not the gyves any more than thine own. But many a man thrusts his favours where they be more rare than welcome. I would do thee a service. 'Tis the hangman's, then, for that seems the only favour that befits my condition. Thou art cynical, bitter at thy disappointment. Let us discourse together hard by. A flask of good Rhenish will soften and assuage thy humours. A drop of Kirchenwasser, too, might not be taken amiss this chill morning. Nothing loath, Conrad followed the stranger, and they were soon imbibing some excellent vin du pays in a neighbouring tavern. Conrad Bergman, began the stranger. Thou art surprised, but I know more than thy name. Wilt that I do thee a good office? Not the least objection, friend, if the price be within reach. Nothing pay, nothing have, I reckon. The price? Nothing. At least nothing thou need care for. Thou art thirsting for fame, riches. For the honours of this world, for the hand, the heart of thy beloved. Amongst the rest of Conrad's calamities he had the misfortune to be in love. Thou art mighty fluent with thy guesses, replied he, not at all relishing these unpleasant truths, and what if I am doomed to pine after the good I can never attain? I will bear my miseries, if not without repining, at least without thy pity. And he arose to depart. All that thou pinest after is thine. All, said the stranger. Mine. By what process, whose the gift? Ha, and he drained the brimming glass, waiting a solution of his interrogatory. I will be thy instructor. Behold the renowned Dr. Gabriel Rasmussa, who hath studied all arts and sciences in the world, who hath unveiled nature in her most secret operations, and can make her submissive as a menial to his will. In a period incredibly short I engaged to make thee the most renowned painter in Christendom. And the time requisite to perform this? 1 month. Ay, by the wand of Hermes, in 1 month, under my teaching, shalt thou have thy desire. I watched thy bargain with the dealer yonder, and have had pity on thy youth and misfortunes. Humph, compassion. And the price? Again inquired Conrad, with an anxious yet somewhat dubious expression of tone. The price? Once every month shalt thou paint me a picture. Is that all? All. Now Conrad began to indulge some pleasant fancies. Dreams of hope and ambition hovered about him, but he soon grew gloomy and desponding as heretofore. He waxed incredulous. 1 month. Nothing less than a miracle. The time is too short. Impossible. That is my business. I have both the will and the power. Is it a bargain? Conrad again drained the cup, and things looked brighter. He felt invigorated. His courage came afresh, and he answered firmly. A bargain. Give me thy hand. O main her, not so hard. Thy grip is like a smithy vice. Beg pardon of thy tender extremities. Tomorrow then, at this hour, we begin. Immediately after which intimation the stranger departed. Conrad returned to his own dwelling. He felt restless, uneasy. Apprehensions of coming evil haunted him. Night was tenfold more appalling. Horrid visions kept him in continual alarm. He arose feverish and unrefreshed. Yesterday's bargain did not appear so pleasant in his eyes, but fear gave way apace, and ere the appointed hour he was in his little workroom, where the mysterious instructor found him in anxious expectation. He drew the requisite materials from under his cloak, a well-primed canvas already prepared. The pallet was covered, and Conrad sat down to obey his master's directions. What shall be our subject? Inquired the pupil. A head. Proceed. A female? Yes. But follow my instructions implicitly. Conrad chalked out the outline. It was feebly, incorrectly drawn, but the stranger took his crayon, and by a few spirited touches gave life, vigor, and expression to the whole. Conrad was in despair. Oh, that it were in my power to have done this, he cried, putting one hand on his brow, and looking at the picture as though he would have devoured it. Now for color, said the stranger. And he carefully directed his pupil how to lay in the ground, to mingle and contrast the different tints, in a manner so far superior to his former process, that Conrad soon began to feel a glow of enthusiasm. His fervor increased, the latent spark of genius was kindled. In short, the unknown seemed to have imbued him with some hitherto unfelt attributes, invested him either with new powers, or awakened his hitherto dormant faculties. As before, by a few touches, the crude, spiritless mass became living and breathing under the master's hand. Not many hours elapsed ere a pretty head, respectably executed, appeared on the canvas. Conrad was in high spirits. He felt a new sense, a new faculty, as it were, created within him. He worked industriously. Every hour seemed to condense the labor and experience of years. He made prodigious advances. His master came daily at the same time, and at length his term of instruction drew to a close. The last morning of the month arrived, and Conrad, unknown to his neighbors, had attained to the highest rank in his profession. His paintings, all executed under the immediate superintendence of the stranger, were splendid specimens of art. In the year, all Paris was moved with the extraordinary performances of a young artist, whose portraits were the most wonderful, and his miniatures the most exquisite, that eyes ever beheld. They looked absolutely as though endowed with life, real flesh and blood to all appearance, and happy were those who could get a painting from his hand. The price was enormous, and the marvelous facility with which they were dispatched was not the least extraordinary part of the business. There was a mystery, too, about him, provokingly delightful, especially to the female portion of the community. In place of living in a gay and fashionable part of the city, his lodging was in a miserable garret, overlooking one of the gloomiest streets of the metropolis. His manners, too, were forbidding and reserved. Instead of exhibiting the natural buoyancy of his years, he looked careworn and dejected, nor was he ever known to smile. After a period whispers got abroad that several of his female subjects came to strange and untimely deaths. They were seized with some dangerous malady, accompanied by frightful delusions. In general they fancied themselves possessed. Wailings, shrieks, and horrible blasphemies proceeded from the lips of the sufferers. These reports were doubtless exaggerated, the marvelous being a prodigiously accumulative and inventive faculty, yet enough remained, apparently authentic, to justify the most unfavorable suspicions. About this time a young Italian lady of a noble house arrived on a visit to her brother in the suite of the Florentine embassy. This princely dame, possessed of great wealth and beauty, was not long unprovided with lovers. One especially, a handsome official in the royal household, de Vesey by name, and as gallant a cavalier as ever lady looked upon. But her term of absence being nigh expired, the lovers were in great perplexity. And nothing seemed so likely to contribute to their comfort during such unavoidable separation as a miniature portrait of each from the hands of this inimitable painter. Leonora sat first, and the lover was in raptures. Hour by hour he watched the progress of his work in a little gloomy chamber, where the artist, like some automaton fixture, was always found in the same place, occupied too as it might seem without intermission. "The gaze of that strange painter distresses me inexpressibly," said Leonora to her companion, as they went for the last time to his apartment. "I have borne it hitherto without a murmur, but words cannot describe the reluctance with which I endure his glance, yet while I feel as though my very soul abhorred it, it penetrates, nay, drinks up and withers my spirit. Though I shrink from it, some influence or fascination, call it as thou wilt, prevents escape, I cannot turn away my eyes from his terrible gaze." "Thou art fanciful, my love," said de Vesey. "The near prospect of our parting makes thee apt to indulge these gloomy impressions. Be of good cheer, nothing shall harm thee in my presence. 'Tis the last sitting, put on a well-favoured aspect, I beseech thee. Remember, this portraiture will be my only solace during the long, long hours of thine absence." As they entered the artist's chamber, the picture lay before him, which he seemed to contemplate with such absorbing intensity that he was hardly aware of their entrance. He did not weep, but grief and pity were strangely mingled in his glance. It was but for a moment, he quickly resumed his usual attitude and expression. Whether the previous conversation had made her lover liable to take the tone and character of her own thoughts, we know not. But for the first time he fancied Leonora's apprehensions were not entirely without excuse. He looked on the artist, and it excited almost a thrill of apprehension. But speedily chiding himself for these untoward fancies, he felt that little was apparent either in look or manner but what the painter's peculiar and unexampled genius might sufficiently explain. Suddenly his attention was riveted on the lady. He saw her lips quiver and turn pale as though she would have swooned. In a moment he was at her side. The support seemed to reanimate the fainting maiden, her head drooping on his shoulder. Almost gasping for utterance, she whispered, "Take me hence, I want breath, air, air." De Vesey lifted her in his arms and bore her forth into the open doorway. Trembling, shuddering, and looking round, the first words she uttered were, "We are watched, by some unseen being in yonder chamber, I am persuaded." "Didst not mark an antique, dismal-looking ebony cabinet immediately behind the painter?" "I did, and admired its exquisite workmanship, as though wrought by some cunning hand. As I fixed my eyes on those little traceries, it might be fancy, but methought I saw the bright flash of a human eye gazing on me. Oh! My Leonora, indulge not these gloomy impressions. Throw off thy wayward fancies. 'Tis but the reflex image the mind mistakes for outward realities. When disordered she discerns not the substance from the shadow. Thou art well nigh recovered. Come, come, let us in. Today is the last of our task, prithee take courage and return. On one condition only, if thou take the chair first, and note well an open scroll to the right where those fawns and satyrs are carved. Agreed. And now shake off thy fears, my love. De Vesey led her again to the apartment, and as though without consideration sat down, his face directly towards the cabinet. He fixed his eyes thereon a few seconds only, when Leonora saw him start up suddenly with a troubled aspect and grasp the hilt of his sword. Then turning to the painter he said, sternly, "So, we have intruders here, I trow." "Intruders?" "None," was the artist's reply, without betraying either surprise or alarm. "That we'll see presently," said the cavalier, hastening to the cabinet, which, with hearty goodwill, he essayed to open. "Why this outrage?" inquired the painter, colouring with a hectic flush. "Because, 'tis my good pleasure," was the haughty reply. The door resisted his utmost efforts. "Doubtless held by someone within. Open, or by this good sword I'll make a passage through both door and carcass." The hinges slowly gave way, the folding doors swung open, and displayed a grinning skeleton. "Ah! What lodger is this?" "Mine art requires it," said the painter, with a ghastly smile, but in that smile was an expression so fearful, yet mysterious, that even de Vesey quailed before it. Another miniature portrait, a precise copy of the one in hand, hung from the neck of the skeleton. Leonora, with a loud shriek, covered her face. But the lover, though far from satisfied himself, strove to assure his mistress, and besought her not to indulge any apprehension. "You are disturbed, lady," said the artist. "'Tis but a harmless piece of earth, a mouldering fabric of dust, a thing, a form we must all one day assume. But tomorrow, if you will, we resume our work." Leonora, relieved by the intimation, gladly consented, fain for a while to escape from this terrible chamber. "Not living was there, of a truth," said the cavalier, in evident perplexity, as they regained their coach. "But I saw plain enough, or imagination played me the prank, a semblance of a bright and flashing eye on the spot pointed out. Something incomprehensible hangs about the whole." Leonora agreed in this conclusion, expressing a fear lest harm should happen to themselves thereby. They were not ignorant of the whispers afloat, but hitherto treated them either with ridicule or indifference. Suspicion, however, once awake, mystery once apprehended, every circumstance, even the most trivial, is seized upon, the mind bending all to one grand object which haunts and excites the imagination. Having left his companion at her brother's dwelling, de Vesey came to his own, moody and dispirited. A vague sense of some grievous but impending misfortune hung heavily upon him. Night brought no mitigation of his fears. Spectres, skeletons, and demon painters haunted his slumbers. He awoke in greater torment than ever. The duplicate portrait was brought to his remembrance with a vividness, an intensity so appalling, that he almost expected to behold the skeleton wearer at his bedside. Involved in a labyrinth of inextricable surmises, and not knowing what course to pursue, he arose early, and walked forth without aim or design towards the church of Notre Dame. The red sun was just bursting through a thick atmosphere of mist, illuminating its two dark western towers, which looked even more gloomy under a bright and glowing sky, like melancholy in immediate contrast with hilarity and joy. He passed the morgue, or dead-house, where bodies found in the Seine are exposed, in order that they may be owned or recognized. Impelled by curiosity, he entered. One space alone was occupied. He could not surely be deceived when he saw the body of the unfortunate painter. Those features were too well remembered to be mistaken. Here was new ground for conjecture, fresh wonder and perplexity. He left this melancholy exhibition and entered the cathedral. Mass was celebrating at one of the altars. De Vesey joined in adoration, strolling away afterwards towards the vaults. One of them was open. From some vague, unaccountable impulse, he thus accosted the sexton. "Whose grave is this, friend?" "A maid's, mayhap." "Her name?" "The only remaining descendant of the Barons Montargis." "I have some knowledge of that noble gentlewoman." She was just about to be married. What might be the nature of her malady? Why, verily there be as many guesses as opinions. The doctors were all at fault, and, 'tis said, even now in great dispute. The king's physician tried hard to save her. Old Friar Geronimo, the confessor, will have it she was possessed, but all his fumigations, exorcisms, paters, and holy water could not cast out the foul fiend. She died raving mad. A miserable portion for one so young and high-born. Was there no visible cause? Cause, ay, Mary, if common gossip be not an errant jade. Her portrait had been taken by that same limner who, they say, has been taught in the devil's school, and can dispatch a likeness with the twirl of his brush. And what of that? Cried de Vesey, in an agony of impatience. Why, the same fate has happened to several of our city dames. That is all. What has happened? They have gone mad, and either felt or fancied some demon had gotten them in keeping. For my part, I pretend not to a knowledge of the matter. But you seem strangely moved, methinks. The cavalier was nigh choking with emotion. Sick at heart, and with a fearful presentiment of impending evil, he turned suddenly away. His next visit, as may be supposed, was to his mistress. He found her in great agitation. The portrait had been sent home the preceding night, and completely finished, lay before her, an exquisite, nay, marvellous, specimen of art. She was gazing on her own radiant counterpart as he entered. They both agreed that something more than ordinary ran through the whole proceedings, though unable to comprehend their meaning. De Vesey related his discovery in the morgue, but not his subsequent interview with the sexton. Ere night, Leonora was seized with a strange and frightful disease. Symptoms of insanity were soon developed. She uttered fearful cries, calling on the painter in language wild and incoherent, but of terrific import. The lover was at his wit's end. He vowed to spare no efforts to save her, though scarcely knowing what course to pursue, or in what quarter to apply for help. His first care was to seek the dwelling of a certain renowned doctor, a German, whose extraordinary cures and mode of treatment had won for him great wealth and reputation. Though by some accounted a quack and impostor, nevertheless de Vesey hoped, as a last resource, so cunning a physician might be able to point at once to the source and cure of this occult malady. Dr. Hermann Sichel lived in one of those high, antique, dreary-looking habitations, now pulled down, situate in the Rue d'Offre. A common staircase conducted to several suites of apartments, tenanted by various occupants, and at the very summit dwelt this exalted personage. A pull at the ponderous bell handle gave notice of de Vesey's approach, when, after due deliberation, it might seem, and a long trial to the impatient querent, a little wicket was cautiously slid back, behind a grating in the door. A face, partially exhibited, demanded his errand. "Thy master, knave. He is in the very entrails of a sublime study. Not for my beard, grey though it be, dare I break in upon him. Mine errand is urgent," said de Vesey. "And, look thee, say a noble cavalier hath great need of succour at his hands. Gramercy, Sir Cavalier, and hath not everybody an errand of like moment? Thy business, peradventure, less urgent than 50 others whose suit I have denied this blessed day. I tell thee, my master may not be disturbed." De Vesey held up a coin temptingly before the grating. It would not go through, and the crusty Cerberus gently undid a marvellous array of chains, bars, and other ingenious devices, opening a slit wide enough for its insertion. "Wider. Thou trusty keeper," said the artful suitor outside. "I cannot fly through a keyhole." A hand was carefully protruded. The cavalier, espying his opportunity, thrust first his sword, afterwards himself, through the aperture, in spite of curses and entreaties from the greedy porter. He was immediately within a dark entrance or vestibule, the astonished and angry menial venting his wrath in no measured phrases on the intruder. De Vesey, in a peremptory tone, demanded to be led forthwith into the doctor's presence. The old man delayed for a while, almost speechless from several causes. His breath was nigh spent. Wrath on the one hand, fear of his master's displeasure on the other, kept him, like antagonistic forces, perpetually midway between both. Lead the way, knave, or, by the beard of St. Louis, I'll seek him through the house. Quick! Thou hast legs, if not, speak. Mine errand is urgent, and will not wait. A stout and determined cavalier, with a strong gripe, and a sword none of the shortest, was not to be trifled with, and, after many expostulations, warnings, threats, had failed of their effect, he at length doggedly consented. Thou wilt give me the coin, then, Sir Cavalier? Ay, when thou hast earned it. Away! Passing through a narrow passage, lighted from above, his conductor paused before a curiously carved oaken door, at which 3 taps announced a message. Now enter, and pray for us both a safe deliverance. But, prithee, tell him it was not my fault thou hast gotten admission. The door slowly opened, as though without an effort, and de Vesey was immediately in the presence of the physician, evidently to the surprise of the learned doctor himself, who angrily demanded his business and the ground of his intrusion. Mine hour is not yet come, young man. Wherefore shouldst thou, either by stratagem or force, thrust thyself, unbidden, into our presence? To buy or beg thine aid, if it be possible. The case admits not of delay. I crave thy pardon, most reverend doctor, if that content thee, and, rest assured, no largesse, no reward shall be too great, if thou restore one, I fear me, beyond earthly aid. Thus am I ever solicited, replied the sage, with a portentous scowl. He was clad in a gown of dark stuff, with slippers to match, his poll surmounted by a small black velvet skull-cap, from which his white, intensely white, hair escaped in great profusion. His visage was not swarthy, but of a leaden, pale complexion, where little could be discerned of the wondrous microcosm within. Books, and manuscripts of ancient form and character, emblazoned in quaint and mystic devices, lay open on a long oak table, on which rested one elbow of the wise man, the other was thrown over an arm of the high-backed chair whereon he sat. The room contained plenty of litter in the shape of phials, boxes, and other strange furniture. A cupola furnace was just heated, the doctor apparently concocting some subtle compound. I am expected to wrest these helpless mortals even from the ravening jaws of the grave. My skill never tried until beyond other aid. But this disorder is of a sudden emergency. A lady of high birth and lineage, a few hours since, was seized with a raging frenzy. A female, then. Ay, and of such sweet temper and excellent parts, there be none to match with her, body or mind, in Christendom. When did this malady attack her? Almost immediately after a portrait, made by the celebrated painter, was finished. Of him thou hast doubtless heard. The painter, aye. There be more than thou have rued his skill. Young man, thy pretty one is lost. Lost? Oh, say not so. I will give thee thine utmost desire, riches, wealth thou hast never possessed, if thou restore her. She is beyond my skill. Hast visited him since? I have seen him. She is the last victim, if such be her fate. This very morning, betimes, I saw his body in the morgue. They have found him, then, said the doctor, sharply. Yet our bodies are but exuvii. When cast off, this thinking, sentient principle within has another tabernacle assigned to it, until the great consummation of all things. But these are fables, idle tales, to the unlearned. Nevertheless, I pity thy cruel fate, and, if aid can be afforded, will call another to thine help. Hence. Thou shalt hear from me anon. And without loss of time, for every moment, methinks, our succor may come too late. I will forthwith seek out one whom I have heretofore taken knowledge of. Every science has its votaries, its adepts, and this evil case hath its remedy only by those skilled in arts called, however falsely, supernatural. Even now there be intelligences around us which the corporeal eye seeth not, nor can see, unless purged from the dross, the fumes of mortality. Some, peradventure, by long and patient study, have arrived on the very borders, the confines that separate visible from invisible things, and become, as it were, the medium of intercourse for mortals, who are by this means mightily aided in matters beyond ordinary research. Put thine ear to this shell. Mark its voice, like the sound of many waters. Are not these the invisible source, the essence of its being? Has not everything in like manner, even the most inanimate, a tongue, a language, peculiar to itself, a soul, a spirit, pervading its form, which molds and fashions every substance according to its own nature? Now, this voice thou canst not interpret, being unskilled, knowing not the languages peculiar to every form and modification of matter, else would this beautiful type of the ever-rolling sea discourse marvellously to thine ear. But thou hast not the key to unclose its mystic tongue, hence, like any other unknown speech, 'tis but a confused jumble of unmeaning sound. I have little more knowledge than thyself, but there be those who can interpret. Vain man, presumptuous, ignorant, scoffs at knowledge beyond his reach, and thinks his own dim, nay, darkened reason, glimmering as in a dungeon, the narrow horizon that circumscribes his vision, the utmost boundary of all knowledge and existence. While beyond lies the infinite and unknown, utterly transcending his capacity in comprehension. De Vesey drank up every word of this harangue, and something akin to hope rose in his bosom as he withdrew. Thou wilt have a message ere nightfall. An awful trial awaits thee ere the spell can be countervailed. The cavalier withdrew, suffering many wistful remarks from the old doorkeeper, who marvelled greatly at the interview so graciously conceded by his master, while at the same time holding out his palm for the promised largesse. De Vesey waited impatiently at his own dwelling for the expected message. Evening drew on, dark and stormy. The wind roared along the narrow streets in sharp and irregular gusts. While, pacing his chamber in an agony of suspense, he fancied every sound betokened the approaching communication. At length, when expectation was almost weary, a louder rumbling was heard, a coach drew up at the door. A hasty knock, and a heavy tramp, then footsteps ascending the staircase. The door opened, and two gendarmes entered. We have authority and instructions for the arrest of one Sigismund de Vesey, on a charge of murder, made this day by deposition before the mayor and prefecture of the Ville de Paris. The individual so named, we apprehend, is before us. The same, though assuredly there is some mistake. Of whose death am I accused? Of one Conrad Bergman, a painter, whose body, last night thrown into the Seine, was today exposed in the morgue. The rest will be explained anon. But an engagement, too, of a most important nature, demands my presence. No discretion is allowed us in this matter. The carriage waits. However reluctant, de Vesey was forced to obey. Though confident of a speedy release, this arrest at so important a juncture was provoking enough. Leonora's recovery might probably depend on his exertions for the next few hours, which were now suddenly wrested from him. Leaving word that he would shortly return, the cavalier stepped into the vehicle, which immediately drove off. In a little space the coach stopped, and de Vesey was invited to alight. He was led up a narrow staircase, a door flew open. He entered. Could it be? Surely imagination betrayed his senses. He could scarcely believe himself once more in the apartment of the painter. Yet there was no mistaking what he saw. The ebony cabinet, the easel, table, chair, all left as he saw them yesterday. But the living occupants were strangely diverse. 2 or 3 functionaries of the civil power, and in one corner a black cloth, spread on the floor, concealed some unknown object. The whole was lighted by a feeble lamp from the ceiling. A dusky haze from the damp, foggy atmosphere rendered objects ill-defined, indistinct, almost terrific to an excited imagination. In addition to the usual articles of furniture was a desk, with writing materials, at which one of the officers of justice appeared dictating something to his secretary. On de Vesey's entrance, the scribe made some minute preparatory to his examination, which commenced as follows. Sigismund de Vesey. The same. Being accused upon oath before us of murder, thou art brought hither to confront thine accusers, and to answer this heinous charge. First, let the body be produced. The cloth was removed, and de Vesey beheld the corpse lying on a mattress. Knowest thou this body? I do, said the cavalier, firmly. When was he seen by thee alive, the last time? Yesterday, about noon. Where? In this chamber. Not since. Yes, but not living. Dead, sayest thou? This morning in the morgue. Not previously. I have not. But pray to what purport this examination? This will appear presently. When taken out of the river, marks were found upon the throat, as though from strangulation. Knowest thou aught of these? I do not, said the accused, indignantly. This answer being written down, the examination was resumed. We have testimony that the unfortunate victim and thyself were seen together about midnight. And, further, a short but violent struggle was heard, and a heavy plunge. Afterwards an individual, with whom thou art identified, was seen departing in great haste, and entering the house well known as thy residence in the Rue de. A most foul and wicked fabrication, for purposes of which as yet I am ignorant. Of such charges I hardly need affirm that I am innocent. Let the accuser stand forth. To the surprise and horror of de Vesey there appeared from a recess the German doctor, Hermann Sichel, who, without flinching, recapitulated the foregoing accusation. Moreover, he swore in the most positive terms to his identity, and that not a doubt rested on his mind but de Vesey was the murderer. In this very apartment, said the witness, he, de Vesey, drew his sword upon the painter yesterday, doubtless either from grudge or jealousy, being enamored of a fair Italian dame, Leonora de Rimini. Most abominable of liars! Said the accused, eyeing him with a furious look. How darest thou to my face bring this foul accusation? Thou shalt answer for it with thy blood. Hear him. What need of further testimony? His own betrays him, said the doctor, with unblushing effrontery. We have other witness thou wilt not dare to gainsay, said the presiding officer. This learned person is amply corroborated by evidence that must effectually silence all denial. He hath referred us to her who was present, Leonora de Rimini. Leonora. What, my own, my betrothed? She my accuser. Spare thy speech and listen. We could not bring the maiden hither, insomuch as the nature of her malady admits not of removal, but her evidence and accusation are duly attested, taken at her own request, not many hours ago. The substance of her deposition is as follows: a confession to her of thine intention to murder Conrad Bergman, the artist aforesaid, being jealous of his attentions. And furthermore, in the agony of guilt, thou didst confess in her presence, having first strangled, and afterwards thrown him into the river, hoping thereby to conceal thy crime. Then forcing her to swear she would keep the matter secret, and threatening her life in case it were divulged. This outrage, and this alone, hath nigh driven her frantic, her life being in jeopardy from thy violence. What sayest thou, Sigismund de Vesey? A lie, most foul and audacious, trumped up by that impostor. Leonora. Impossible. I would not believe though it were from her own lips. Some demon hath possessed her. This disorder is more than common madness. He looked around. The whole was like the phantasma of some terrible dream. Bewildered, and hardly knowing what course to pursue, in vain he attempted to shake the testimony of the hoary villain before him. And having at present none other means of rebutting the accusation, he was ordered into close custody until the morrow. Utterly unprepared with evidence, he knew not where to apply. That he was the victim of some foul plot so far appeared certain. But for what purpose, and at whose instigation, was inexplicable. Ere an hour had elapsed, de Vesey found himself in one of the cells of a public dungeon, with ample leisure to form plans for proving his innocence. He determined early on the morrow to acquaint his friends, and employ a celebrated advocate to expose this villainous doctor, who no doubt had designs either on his purse or person. In a while the prisoner fell asleep from fatigue and exhaustion. He was awakened by a sudden glare across his eyelids. At first, imagining he was under the influence of some extravagant dream, he made little effort to arouse himself. A figure stood beside the couch, a lamp lifted above his head. A friar's cowl concealed his features, his person, too, was enveloped in a coarse garment, with a huge rosary at his girdle. "Mortal, awake and listen," said the unknown visitor. "Art weary of life, or does this present world content thee?" "Who art thou?" said de Vesey, scarcely raising himself from the pallet. "I am thy friend, thy deliverer, and thou wilt." "Thanks," said the knight, springing from his recumbent posture. "Stay," replied the intruder. "There be conditions ere thou pass hence. Miserable offspring of Adam, ye still cling to your prison and your clay. Wherefore shrink from the separation, afraid to shake off your bonds, your loathsome carcass, and spring forth at once to life? Art thou prepared to fulfill but one condition for thy release? Name it. Manifest my innocence, and if it be gold, thou shalt have thy desire. No hired advocate e'er yet held such a fee. Keep thy gold for baser uses. It buyeth not my benefits. But remember, thy life is not worth a week's purchase, neither is thy mistress's, forsooth, shouldest thou be witless enough to refuse. An ignominious death, a base exit for thyself, for her, madness and a speedy grave. One fate awaits ye both. Life and health, if thou consent, are yours. Thou speakest riddles. It were vain trying to comprehend their import. Name thy conditions. Aught that honor may purchase will I give." The stranger threw back his cowl, displaying the features of the renowned Dr. Hermann Sichel. A gleam of lurid intelligence lighted his grim grey eyes, that might betoken either insanity or excitement. Without reflecting for one moment on the hazard or imprudence of his conduct, de Vesey immediately rushed forward, grappled with his adversary, and threw him. "Now will I have deadly vengeance, fiend. Take that," said he, drawing forth a concealed poniard and thrusting with all his might. Scorn puckered the features of the pretended monk. The weapon's point was driven back, refusing to enter, as though his enemy held a charmed existence. "Put back thy weapon, thou wilt have need of it elsewhere, silly one." De Vesey was confounded at this unlooked-for result. His foe seemed invulnerable, and he slunk back. "I forgive thee, poor fool. Put it back, I say. There, there. Now to work, time hastens, and there is little space for parley. What is thy will? Thy welfare, thy life, listen. Yonder unhappy wretch I have loaden with benefits, rescued from poverty, disgrace. Lifted him to the pinnacle of his ambition, the highest rank in art. Base ingrate, he threatened to betray, to denounce, and I crushed the reptile. He is now what thou shalt be shortly unless my power be put forth for thy rescue. Not all the united efforts of man can deliver thee. Beyond earthly aid, thou deest the death of a dog. Why dost thou accuse me of a crime, knowing that I am innocent? To drive thee, helpless, into my power. Think not to escape save on one condition. Name it, said de Vesey. Self-preservation is the great, the paramount law of our nature, the most powerful impulse implanted in our being. All obey this impulse. And who can control or forbid its operation? Will not the most timid, the most scrupulous, if no alternative be afforded, slay the adversary who seeks his life, and does not the law both of earth and heaven hold him guiltless? Thou art now denounced. Innocent, thy life must be sacrificed. Thou deest, or another, there is no choice. But shall I murder the innocent? And suppose it be. What thinkest thou? Two persons, equally guiltless, one of them must die. Self-preservation will prompt instinctively to action. Does not the drowning man cling to his companions, nay, rescue himself at the expense of another's life? De Vesey felt bewildered, if not convinced. Need we wonder if he yielded? Life or death, honor, disgrace. His mistress restored, his innocence proved. Life, with him, had scarcely been tasted. A glorious career awaited him, his lady-love smiling through the bright vista of the future, and, the tempter prevailed. But who must be the victim? The appalling truth was not then disclosed. De Vesey promised to obey. But remember, no power, not even flight, can screen thee from my vengeance shouldst break thy vow. Take warning by the painter. The poor fool but hesitated, and his doom was swift as it was sure. Take this cowl and friar's garment, I was admitted by the jailer for thy shrift. The lamp will guide thee. Be bold, and fear not. I will remain. Tomorrow they will find out their mistake, but I have other means of escape. And Leonora? How shall she be recovered? That is a work of peril, and will need thine utmost vigilance. Rememberest thou the skeleton? In the ebony cabinet? Inquired the cavalier, with a cold shudder. He hath her portrait, and will not lightly be persuaded to give his prey. Every month I am bound to furnish him a bride. My own life pays the forfeit of omission. Leonora is the next victim, unless thou prevail, betrothed to that grisly type of death. Oh, horrible! Mine the bride of a loathsome skeleton. Of an atomy. A fiend. Monster, I will denounce thee. I care not for my own life. Of what worth if torn from hers? Wretch, give back my bride or spare these transports. I am now thine only friend. Thou art now cut off from thy kin, shunned by mankind. To whom, then, wilt thou turn for help? Mine thou art for ever. De Vesey gasped for utterance. Nevertheless, continued his tormentor, I will direct and help thee in this matter also. But, 'tis a fearful venture. Hast thou courage? If to rescue her, aught that human arm can achieve shall be done. He holds the portrait, I tell thee, with a steady gripe. Those skeleton fingers will be hard to unloose. I will break them or perish. This good. Touch them not for thy life. Death, sure but lingering, awaits whomsoever they fasten upon. Take this key. It will admit thee to the apartment. Tonight the deed must be accomplished, or tomorrow the maiden is beyond succor. And how is this charmed picture to be wrested from him? An ebony wand lies at his feet. He will obey its touch. But whatsoever thou sayest, be nothing daunted, nor let any silly terror scare thee from thy purpose. Now to thy task. But keep these marvels to thyself. If thou whisper, I, to the winds, are compact, thou art not safe. Soon De Vesey, enveloped in his disguise, found egress without difficulty. Once outside the prison, he hurried on, scarcely giving himself time for reflection. The night was dark and stormy. Torches, distributed about the streets, rocked and swung to and fro in their sockets, the flames, with a strange and flickering glare, giving an unnatural distorted appearance to objects within reach. And to some solitary individual, at this late hour hurrying alone, the grim aspect of a demon or a spectre to the disturbed imagination of the lover. His courage, at times on the point of deserting him, revived when he remembered that another's life, dearer than his own, depended on his exertions. The streets, almost deserted, swam with continually accumulating torrents. But he felt not that terrible tempest, the turmoil, the conflict within, was louder than the roar and tumult of outward elements. Almost ere he was aware he found himself opposite the entrance of the painter's habitation. A shudder, like a death chill, shot through his frame. He applied his key. A distant gleam, a dim lurid light, seemed to quiver before him. He heard the quick jar, the withdrawing bolt, that gave him admittance, as though it were a spectral voice warning him to desist. The unknown dangers he anticipated, rendered more terrific by their vague indefinite character, were enough to appall a stouter bosom. De Vesey would have faced and defied earthly perils, but these were almost beyond his fortitude to endure. Love, however, gave excitement, if not courage, and he resolved either to succeed or perish in the attempt. The stairs were partially illumined by an uncertain glimmer from a narrow window into the street. He felt his way, and every step sent the lifeblood curdling to his heart. He reached the topmost stair, laid one hand on the latch. He listened, all was still save the hollow gusts that rumbled round the dwelling. With a feeling somewhat akin to desperation he entered. A lamp, yet burning, emitted a feeble glare, but was well nigh spent, giving a more dismal aspect to this lonely chamber. It was apparently unoccupied. The chair, the black funeral pall left by the officers of justice over the pallet, the mysterious cabinet, the desk where the painter usually sat, all remained undisturbed. De Vesey's attention was more particularly directed towards the cabinet. There alone, according to his instructions, were the means of deliverance. A cold, clammy perspiration, a freezing shiver, came upon him as he approached. He laid one hand on the latch, it resisted as before. He tried force, a loud groan was heard in the chamber. Every fibre of his frame seemed to grow rigid, every limb stiffened with horror, and he drew back. This was a sorry beginning to the adventure, and he inwardly repented of his rashness. Looking round in extreme agony, his eyes rested on the black pall. Could it be, or was it from the expiring glimmer of the lamp? The drapery appeared to move. Another and a deeper groan. De Vesey for a space was unable to move. But his courage came apace, inasmuch as it was some relief, and a diversion from the awful mysteries of that grim cabinet. He approached the pallet hastily, throwing off the heavy coverlet. The recumbent body was yet beneath, but convulsed, as though struggling to free itself from an oppressive burden. De Vesey watched, while his blood froze with terror. Gradually these convulsive movements extended to the features. The lips quivered as though essaying to speak, the eyeballs rolling rapidly under their lids. A slight flush dawned upon the cheek. The hands were tightly closed, and another groan preceded one desperate attempt to throw off the load which prevented returning animation. At length the eyes opened with a ghastly stare, but evidently conveying no outward impression to the inward sense. With a loud shriek the body started up, then, uttering a wild and piercing cry, rolled on the floor, foaming and struggling for life as though with some powerful adversary. "Save me, was uttered in a tone so harrowing and dreadful, more than mortal agony, that De Vesey would have fled, but his limbs refused their office. "He strangles me. Fiend, have mercy. Wilt thou not? Oh, mercy, heaven." His senses, though evidently bewildered, resumed their functions. With a glare of intense anguish he appeared as though supplicating help and deliverance. "Who art thou?" was the first inquiry and symptom of returning reason. "I know thee, De Vesey. But why art thou here?" "Another victim." "Yes, to torture me." "Where am I?" "In my own chamber." "Oh, that horrid cabinet. Yet these cruel torments. Will they never end?" De Vesey immediately perceived there was no delusion. The mortal form of the artist was really before him. Terrible though it were, yet it was a relief to have companionship with his kind, a being of flesh and blood beside him. He might now peradventure accomplish his task. Providence, maybe, had opened a way for his deliverance, and hope once more dawned on his spirit. He helped the miserable artist to regain his couch, and sought to soothe him, beseeching the helpless victim not to give way to frenzy, doubtless resulting from his strange and emaciated condition. A miracle or a spell had been wrought for his resuscitation, but the events of the last few hours were alike enigmas, beyond the common operations of nature to explain. "Yesterday I attempted suicide," said the artist, "taking poison to escape a life insupportable to me. Fain would I have broken the chain which binds me to this miserable existence. But yon tyrant hath given me a charmed life. I cannot even die." "Thy body was dragged from the Seine." "How?" inquired the artist, with an incredulous look. "And exposed this morning in the morgue," continued De Vesey. "When will my suffering cease? How have I prayed for deliverance from this infernal thraldom? Yon deceiver hath doubtless thrown thee into the river, and supposing thou wert dead, he designs me to supply thy place. To carry on the dark mystery of iniquity, a glimpse of which hath already been revealed. Would that I had been left to perish, that my doom were ended. Avarice, ambition, how enslaved are your victims! How have I longed for my miserable cottage, my poverty, my obscurity, cold and pinching want, but a quiet conscience to season my scanty meal. I bartered all for gold, for fame and misery. A cruel bondage, compared to which I could envy the meanest thing that crawls on this abject earth. In my trance I dreamed of green fields and babbling streams. Of my brethren, my playmates, my days of innocence and sport, when all was freshness and anticipation, life one bright vista beyond, opening to sunny regions of rapture and delight. And now, what am I? A wretch, degraded, undone, a spectacle of misery beyond what human thought can conceive. Doomed to years, ages it may be, of woe, to scenes of horror such as tongue ne'er told, and even imagination might scarce endure, and my miseries but a foretaste of that hereafter. Here the guilty victim writhed in a paroxysm of agony. His veins swollen almost to bursting. Whether real or imaginary, whether a victim to insanity or of some supernatural agent, its influence was not the less terrible in its effects. Starting suddenly from his groveling posture, he cried, fixing his eyes on Devesi with a searching glance. What brings thee hither? Leonora is in jeopardy by your spells. I seek her deliverance. She is beyond rescue. Leonora de Rimini is the skeleton's bride. Here the painter threw such a repulsive glance towards the cabinet that the cavalier shrank back as though expecting some grisly spectre from its portals. Yet, himself the subject of an extraordinary fascination, he could not withdraw his gaze. Fly, fly, or thou art lost. My tormentor will be here anon. I would have saved her, and he fixed his burning gripe here, I feel it still. Not a night passes that he comes not hither. Away! Shouldest thou meet him thy doom is fixed, and for ever. I would not that another fell into his toils. Couldst thou know, but as a whisper, the secrets of this prison house, thy spirit would melt, thy flesh would shrink as though the hot wind of the desert had passed over it. What I have endured, and what I must endure, are alike unutterable. Thy keeper comes not tonight. He hath sent me to this chamber of death instead. He knows not thou art alive. Thee, too, but I must not reveal, my tongue cleaves to my mouth. Nay, nay, it cannot be, none but a fiend could do his behest. Away! For thy life, away! Devesi related the events of the last few hours. The artist ruminated a while, then abruptly exclaimed. He hath some diabolical design thereupon which I am not yet able to fathom. That it is for thine undoing, Sir Knight, for thy misery here and hereafter, doubt not. Thou hast promised, but not yet offered him a victim. Thus far thou art safe, but he will pursue thee, and think not to escape his vengeance. How to proceed is beyond my counsel. Should midnight come, thou wouldest see horrors in this chamber that might quail the stoutest heart. Thou art bereft of life or reason if thou tarry. I leave not without an attempt, even should I fail, to wrench her, who is dearer to me than either, from that demon's grasp. I will not hence alone. Alas! I fear there is little hope, yet shall he not escape yonder prison before tomorrow. Even his arts cannot convey him through its walls. The magician's body, if such he be, is subject to like impediments with our own. This night, for good or ill, is thine. To work, then, to work, said Devesi, as though inspired with new energy, to the rescue, and by this good cross, kissing the handle of his sword, I defy ye. By main force he attempted, and in the end tore open the door of the cabinet. The grinning skeleton was before him, the miniature in its grasp. A moment's pause. The cavalier carefully surveyed his prize. Suspended by an iron chain, the links entwined round its bony arm, rendered the picture difficult, if not impossible, to detach without touching the limbs. Gathering fresh courage from the countenance and smile of his beloved, he snatched the portrait, but the wearer was too tenacious of the charmed treasure, and resisted his utmost efforts. He thought a savage, a malicious grin crept upon his features. A smile more than usually hideous mocked him. From those hollow sockets too, or his imagination played strange antics, a faint glare shot forth. A dizzy terror crept over him. His brain reeled. His energies were becoming prostrate, and unless one desperate attempt could be made, all hopes of rescue were past. He sought the ebony wand, but forgetful or incautious, laid hold of the chain which encircled the skeleton's wrist. A bell answered to the pressure, a deep hollow reverberation, like a death knell, in his ear. Hark! That iron tongue, lost, lost! Oh! Mercy, mercy! Shrieked the death painter, covering his eyes. At this moment de Vesey heard a noise like the jarring of bolts and hinges. Ere he was aware the skeleton's arms were fastened round him, the doors closed. The floor gave way under his feet. He felt the pressure relaxing, he fell, the hissing wind rushed in his ears. Stunned with his fall, he lay for a while in the dark, scarcely able to move. It was not long ere he was able to grope about. Rotting carcasses and bones met his touch, a noisome charnel house gorged with human bodies in all the various stages of decay. His heart sickened with a fearful apprehension that he was left to perish by a lingering death, like those around him. Despair for the first time benumbed his faculties. His courage gave way at the dreadful anticipation, and he grasped the very carcass on which he trod for succor. Suddenly, a loud yell burst above him. A blaze of burning timbers flashed forth, crackling, they hissed, and fell into the vault. Through an opening overhead he saw the skeleton seized by devouring flames. They twined, they clung round it. Their forky tongues licked the bones that appeared to writhe and crawl in living agony. Soon the chain which held the portrait gave way, and it dropped at his feet unhurt. A shriek issued from the flaming cabinet, and he saw the painter with a burning torch above. A maniac joy lighted up his features, he shouted to de Vesey, and with frantic gestures beckoned that he should escape. "If thou canst climb yonder stair," he cried, "before the flames cut off thy retreat, thou art safe. See, Leonora is already free. Haste, this way, there, now leap, mind thy footing, 'tis too frail, creep round, those rafters are unbroken. Another spring, and thou mayest reach them in safety." The flames were close upon him. He was nigh suffocated. A perilous attempt, but at length he gained the upper floor, and his deliverer exclaimed, "Thanks, thanks, he is safe. By this good hand, too, that wrought your misery. Oh! That a life of penitence and prayer might atone for my guilt. It was a thought inspired by heaven, prompted me to set on fire that insatiate demon, to whom my taskmaster offered those wretched victims, and every month a bride, on pain of his own destruction. What might be the nature of that skeleton form, or their compact, thou canst neither know nor understand. Even I, though nightly witnessing horrors which have given to youth the aspect and decrepitude of age, cannot explain. A connection, if not inseparable, yet intimate as body and soul, existed between those demon-haunted bones and yon monster who sought and accomplished my ruin. What I have seen must not, cannot be told. My lips are forever sealed. But the flames are fast gaining on us. Let us hasten ere they prevent our retreat. The whole fabric will shortly be enveloped, and every record of this diabolical confederacy consumed. Go to thy lady love. She is recovered, and as one newly awakened from some terrific dream. With the earliest dawn hie thee to the prison lest he escape. Let him be instantly secured. When summoned, I will not fail to confront, to denounce the wretch. He cannot penetrate yonder walls save by fraud or stratagem. How I have escaped death is one of the mysteries which time perchance may never develop. One might fancy the cunning leech who supplied the drug did play me false. Instead of poison, mayhap, one of those potions of which we have heard, that so benumb and stupefy the faculties that for a space they mimic death, nor can anything rouse or recover from its influence until the appointed time be past. They hurried away as he spoke. De Vesey could scarcely wait until daylight. His first care was to secure the old sorcerer. He sought aid from the police, and, as far as might be, revealed the dreadful secret. An immediate visit was made to the cell. On entering, its inmate was in bed, a scorched, a blackened corpse. It may be supposed the lover was not long in attending on his mistress. She was free from disorder, and happily unconscious of what had passed during the interval, save that an ugly dream had troubled her. Nor was she aware that more than one night had elapsed. In a few days afterwards de Vesey led her to the altar. The mystery was never fully penetrated. That imposture and partial insanity might be involved, and have the greatest share in its development, is beyond doubt, but they cannot explain the whole of these diabolical proceedings. That the powers of darkness may have power over the bodies of wicked and abandoned men cannot be denied. Whether this narration discloses another instance of such mysterious agency our readers must determine. What the painter knew was buried in eternal silence. The monks of La Trappe received a brother whose vows were never broken. The Crystal Goblet. A tale of the Emperor Severus. This tale was written for the traditions of the county of York. It appeared by permission in an annual entitled The White Rose of York, but having only had a local circulation at the time, and having been carefully revised by the author during the last winter of his life, it finds a place here. It was midnight, yet a light was burning in a small chamber situated in one of the narrowest and least frequented streets of Eboracum, then the metropolis of the world. York at that period being the residence of the Emperor Severus, his court and family were conveyed hither. And the government of the world transferred to an obscure island in the west, once the Ultima Thule of civilization, its native inhabitants hardly yet emerged from a state of barbarism, and addicted to the most gross and revolting superstitions. A lamp of coarse earthenware was fastened on a bronze stand, having several beaks, and of a boat-like shape. Near it stood the oil vase for replenishing, almost empty, while the wicks, charred and heavy with exuvii, looked as though for some time untrimmed. On the same table was a Greek and a Coptic manuscript, an inkhorn, and the half of a silver penny, the Roman cymbalum. Breaking a piece of money as a keepsake between two friends was, even at that period, a very ancient custom. A brass rhombus, used by magicians, lay on a cathedra or easy chair, which stood as though suddenly pushed aside by its occupier in rising hastily from his studies. An iron chest was near, partly open, wherein papers and parchments lay tumbled about in apparent disorder. Vellum, so white and firm as to curl even with the warmth of the hand. Purple skins emblazoned in gold and silver, and many others, of rare workmanship, were scattered about with unsparing profusion. It was evidently the study, the librarium of some distinguished person, and consisted of an inner chamber beyond the court, having one window near the roof, and another opening into a small garden behind. From the ceiling there hung a dried ape, a lizard, and several uncouth, unintelligible reptiles, put together in shapes that nature's most fantastic forms never displayed. Vases of ointments, and unguents of strange odors, stood in rows upon a marble slab on one side of the apartment. Scrinia, or caskets for the admission of rolls and writing materials, were deposited on shelves. Forming a library of reference to the individual whose sanctum we are now describing, it was apparently undisturbed by any living occupant save a huge raven, now roosting on a wooden perch, his head buried under a glossy tissue of feathers. And to all appearance immovable as the grinning and hideous things that surrounded him. A magpie, confined in a cage above the door, was taught to salute those who entered with the word chi alpharo epsilon, chair, a Grecian custom greatly in vogue amongst the most opulent of the Romans. Ere long there came a footstep and a gentle summons at the door. The bird gave the usual response, and straightway entered a stout muscular figure, wrapped in a chlamys, fastened on the shoulder with a richly embossed fibula. Beneath was the usual light leathern cuirass, covered with scales of shining metal, the center, over the abdomen, ornamented with a gorgon's head and other warlike devices, a short sword being stuck in his girdle. From the lowest part hung leathern straps or lambrequins, highly wrought and embellished. He wore breeches or drawers reaching to the knees, and his feet and the lower part of the leg were covered with the cothurnus, a sort of traveller's half-boot. A sumptuous mantle, made of leopard skin, was thrown carelessly about his head, hardly concealing his features, for the folds, relaxing in some measure as he entered, showed a youthful countenance, yet dark and ferocious, indicating a character of daring and vindictive energy, and a disposition where forgiveness or remorse rarely tempered the fiercer passions. As he looked round, the raven raised his head on a sudden, and peering at him with that curious and familiar eye so characteristic of the tribe, gave a loud and hollow croak, which again arrested the notice of the intruder. "Most auspicious welcome truly, ill-omened bird. Is thy master visible?" There was no reply, and the inquirer, after a cautious glance round the chamber, sat down, evidently disconcerted by this unexpected reception. Scarcely seated, he felt the clasp on his shoulder suddenly risen, as though by an intruder from behind. Looking round, he saw the raven with the bauble in his beak, hopping off with great alacrity to his perch. The magpie set up a loud scream, as though vexed he was not a participator in the spoil. The owner, angry at his loss, pursued the thief, who defied every attempt to regain it, getting far above his reach. Ever and anon the same ominous croak sounding dismally through the gloom by which he was concealed. Finding it fruitless, the stranger gave up the pursuit, and again sat down, examining carelessly the papers which lay open for perusal. But it might seem these feathered guardians were entrusted with the care of their master's chamber during his absence. "Beware," said the same querulous voice that before accosted him. Looking up, he saw the magpie, his neck stretched to the utmost through the bars of his cage, and in the act of repeating the injunction. "'Tis an ill augur to my suit," he muttered, hastily. "Destiny." Starting up at the word, which he spoke aloud, he clenched his hand. "The inexorable gods may decree, but would it not be worthy of my purpose to brave them, to render even fate itself subservient to me?" He hurried to and fro across the chamber with an agitated step. Suddenly he stood still in the attitude of listening. He drew the folds of his mantle closer about his head, when, by another entrance, there approached a tall majestic figure, clad in dark vestments, who, without speaking, came near and stood before him. A veil of rich network fell gracefully below his mantle, being in that era the distinctive garb of soothsayers and diviners. His hair, for he was an Asiatic, was twisted in the shape of a mitre, investing his form with every advantage from outward appearances. "I would know," said he, "by what right thou art at this untimely hour an intruder on my privacy." "By a will which even thou darest not disobey," was the answer. "It is past midnight. Knowest thou of my long watching, and the dark portents of the stars?" "Nay. But passing, I saw the door of the vestibule partly open. The fates are propitious. I crossed the court, intending to consult the most famous soothsayer in the emperor's dominions. Peradventure, 'tis no accidental meeting. Tonight I have read the stars, the book of heaven. Comest thou not, blind mortal, at their bidding? I have neither skill nor knowledge in the art." The stranger hesitated, as though he had as lief the conversation was resumed by the diviner himself. "Thy father. What of him?" said the Chaldean, with a look as though he had penetrated his inmost thoughts. "True, 'tis mine errand," said the intruder. "But the event? The augury is not complete. Thine auguries are like my good fortune, long encompassing. The best augur, I trow, is this good steel. I would sooner trust it than the best thou canst bestow. Rash mortal! Impatience will be thy destruction. Listen." The raven hopped down upon his shoulder. A low guttural sound appeared to come from this ill-omened bird. The augur bent his ear. Sounds shaped themselves into something like articulation, and the following couplet was distinctly heard. "While the eagle is in his nest, the eaglet shall not prevail. Nor shall the eagle be smitten in his eyrie." "Azor," said the warrior, clenching his sword, these 3 times hast thou mocked me, and by the immortal gods thou deest. Impious one! I could strike thee powerless as the dust thou treadest on. Give me the bauble, said he, addressing the raven. The bird immediately gave the clasp he had purloined into his master's hand. This shall witness between us, continued he. Dare to lift thy hand, the very palace shall bear testimony to thy treason, that thou hast sought me for purposes too horrible even for thy tongue to utter. Hence! When least expected I may meet thee. If it had not been for thy mother's sake, and for my vow, the emperor ere this had been privy to it. Stung with rage and disappointment, he put back his weapon, and with threats and imprecations departed. On a couch inlaid with ivory and pearl, within a vaulted chamber in the Praetorian palace of the royal city, lay the emperor, in a coverlet of rich stuff. Disease had crushed his body, but the indomitable spirit was unquenched. Tossing and disturbed, at length he started from his bed. Calling to his chamberlain, he demanded if there had not been footsteps in the apartment. The ruler of the world, whose nod could shake the nations, and whose word was the arbiter of life or death to millions of his fellow men, lay here, startled at the passing of a sound, the falling of a shadow. His face, whose chief characteristic was power, that strength and determination of spirit which all acknowledge, and but few comprehend, was furrowed with deeper marks than care had wrought. 60 years had molded the steady and inflexible purpose of his soul in lines too palpable to be misunderstood. His beard was short and grizzled, and a swarthy hue, betraying his African birth, was now become sallow, and even sickly in the extreme. But an eagle eye still beamed in all its fierceness and rapacity from under his scanty brows. His nose was not of the Roman sort, like the beak of that royal bird, but thick and even clumsy, lacking that sharp and predacious intellect generally associated with forms of this description. Such was Septimus Severus, then styled on a coin just struck, Britannic's Maxims, in commemoration of a great victory gained over the Caledonians, whom he had driven beyond Adrian's wall. Though suffering from severe illness, he was carried in a horse litter, and, marching from York at the head of his troops, penetrated almost to the extremity of the island, where he subdued that fierce and intractable nation the Scots. Returning, he left his son Caracalla to superintend the building of a stone wall across the island in place of the earthen ramparts called Adrians. A structure, when completed, that effectually resisted the inroads of those barbarians for a considerable period. He called a third time to Virius Lupus, the most confidential of his attendants, to whom many of the most important secrets of the state were entrusted. Thrice have I heard it, Virius. Again and again it seems to mock and elude my grasp. He paused, the officer yet listening with becoming reverence. The emperor continued, more like one whose thoughts had taken utterance than as if he were addressing the individual before him. When I led the Pannonian legions to victory. When Rome opened her gates at my command, when I fought my way through blood to the throne, I quailed and not then. Now, satiated with power, careless of fame, the prospects of life closed, and forever, when all that is left for me to do is to die, behold, I tremble at the shaking of a leaf. I start even at the footstep that awakes me. Long live the emperor! Said the cringing secretary. Interrupting him, as he would have proceeded with the customary adulations, the emperor again continued as though hardly noticing his presence. Caracalla yet remains with the army. Once I censured the misguided clemency of Marcus, who by an act of justice might have prevented the miseries that his son Caligula brought upon the empire. And yet I, even I, said the haughty monarch, bitterly, nourish the very weakness that in others I despise. He dashed away the sweat from his brow, ashamed of the weakness he could not quell. He hath sought your life, said the wily sycophant. He hath. Traitor. Parricide. The distinctions he would have earned. But my better genius triumphed, and history hath been spared this infamy. It may be, this temporary exile from our court with the northern army shall tame his spirit to submission. My life or his, once the bitter alternative, may yet be avoided. But may not his presence with the army be impolitic, should he turn the weapon wherewith you have girded him to your own hurt? 'Tis an evil choice, whichever way I turn, mischief is before me. Were it not best that he be recalled? What? To plot and practice against my life? To mount upon my reeking body to the throne? He will not reign with Geta. The proud boy disdains a divided empire. And was not mine own soul fashioned in the same mold? When Niger would have ruled in Syria, and Albinus in Britain, I scattered their legions to the winds, and levelled their hopes with their pride. 'Tis nature, and shall I, the author of his being, punish him for mine own gift? He raised himself on his couch. The fierce blaze of ambition broke the dark cloud of bodily infirmities, and the monarch and the tyrant again dilated his almost savage features. The secretary, used to these fiery moods, stood awaiting his commands. The emperor, as though exhausted, sank down on his pillow, exclaiming, "I have governed the world, but I cannot govern a wayward heart." Thus did he often lament, and provoke himself the more with these vain regrets. Forgetting that, if he had exercised the same firmness in his private as public capacity, the government of his own house would have been easy as the government of the world. Virius lupus, there is danger, and tonight. As I have told thee, the stars do betoken mischief. But the peril is at my threshold. Let Caracalla remain, so shall we avert his weapon. Should the assassin come, it will not be with the blow of a parricide. Thou mayest retire to thy couch, but first let the guards be doubled, the watchword and countersign changed. And, hark thee, tell the tribune that he look well to the tessera, and have the right count from the inspectors. Should dispatches come from Rome, let the messenger have immediate audience. Again the emperor stretched himself on the couch, and again his slumbers were interrupted. A murmur was heard along the halls and passages where the guards were stationed. The noise grew louder, approaching the very door of the royal chamber. The monarch started as from a dream, and the door at that moment opened. The Chaldean soothsayer stood before him. "Azor," said the emperor, "at this hour? What betides such unseemly greeting? Caesar trembles on his throne, but the world quakes not. The angel of death is at thy door. Caracalla hath returned." "Returned? Surely thy wits are disturbed. Caracalla. Aye, even yesterday, we had dispatches from the camp. Howbeit, he is at thy threshold. The sound of his feet is behind me. Impossible. The mischief is not from him. Even now I looked in the crystal, and behold, the soothsayer paused. Horror was gathering on his features. The light suspended above him began to quiver, and as it waved to and fro his countenance assumed a tremulous and distorted expression. Severus watched the result with no little anxiety. The magician drew a crystal cup from his girdle. Looking in apparently with great alarm, he presented it at arm's length to the emperor, who beheld a milky cloud slowly undulating within the vessel. "Take this," said the soothsayer, "and tell me what thou sayest." The monarch took it at his bidding. The cloud seemed to be clearing away, as the morning mist before the sun. "I see nothing," said the emperor, "but a silver clasp at the bottom." "And the owner?" "As I live," said the astonished parent, drawing forth a curiously embossed clasp from the goblet, and holding it out to the light, "this token of rare workmanship did the empress present to Caracalla ere he departed. Whence came it? And wherefore hast thou brought it hither? A silent witness to my word. Within the hour thy son returns," and, the seer's voice grew more ominous whilst he spake. "Beware. There's mischief in the wind. The raven scents his prey afar off. If in this thou art a true prophet I will give thee largesse, but if a lying spirit of divination possess thee, my power is swift to punish as to reward. I heed not either. Do I serve thee for lucre? Look thee, in less time than I would occupy in telling thee on't I could fill thy palace with gold and silver, and do I covet thy paltry treasures? The kingdoms of this world are his whom I serve, and shall I seek thy perishing honors? Behold, I leave this precious goblet as my pledge. I must away. Thou shalt render it back on my return. I would not part with that treasure for the dominion of the Caesars. Beware thou let it not forth from thy sight, for there be genii who are bound to serve its possessor, and peradventure it shall give thee warning when evil approaches. The soothsayer departed, and the emperor laid the crystal goblet on a table opposite his couch. He clapped his hands, and the chief secretary approached. What said our messenger from the north? Read again the dispatch they brought yesterday. The secretary drew forth a roll from his cabinet, and read as follows. Again the supreme gods have granted victory to our legions. Favored by the darkness and their boats, the barbarians attacked us from 3 separate points. Led on by Fingal and his warriors, whom beforetime we erroneously reported to be slain, they crossed over to the station where we had pitched our tents. But the Roman eagle was yet watchful. Though retreating behind our last defences, we left not the field until 1,000, the choicest of our foes, bit the dust. Morning showed us the red-haired chief and his bards, but they were departing, and their spears were glittering on the mountains. Enough, said the emperor. Caracalla tarries yet with the camp. Our person is not menaced by his hand. Prithee, send a brazier hither. The night is far spent, and slumber will not again visit these eyelids. A bronze tripod was brought supported by sphinxes, the worship of Isis being a fashionable idolatry at that period. Charred wood was then placed in a round dish pierced with holes, and perfumes thrown in to correct the smell. The emperor commanded that he should be left alone. Covering his shoulders with a richly embroidered mantle, he took from behind his pillow a Greek treatise on the occult sciences, to the study of which he was passionately addicted. It is said of him by historians that he was guided by his skill in judicial astrology to the choice of the reigning empress, having lost his first wife when governor of the Lyonese Gaul. Finding that a lady of Emesa in Syria, one Julia Domna, had what was termed a royal nativity, he solicited and obtained her hand, thus making the prophecy the means of its accomplishment. A woman of great beauty and strong natural acquirements, she was at the same time the patron of all that was noble and distinguished in the philosophy and literature of the age. It was even said that secretly she was a favourer of the Christians. Be this as it may, we do not find she ever became a professor of the faith. Sleep, that capricious guest which comes unbidden but not invited, was just stealing over the monarch's eyelids when the roll fell from his grasp. The unexpected movement startled him. His eye fell on the bright crystal opposite. He thought a glimmer was moving in the glass. He remembered the words of the sage, and his eye was riveted on the mystic goblet. A sudden flash was reflected from it. He started forward, when a naked sword fell on the couch, the stroke he only escaped by having so accidentally changed his place. The glass had revealed the glitter of the blade behind him, and he was indebted to a few inches of space for his life. Looking round, he beheld a masked figure preparing to repeat the stroke. Severus, with his usual courage and presence of mind, threw his mantle across the assassin's sword. He cried out, and the chamber was immediately filled with guards. But whether from treachery or inadvertence, the traitor was nowhere to be found. He had escaped, leaving his weapon entangled in the folds of the mantle. On examination, the emperor's surprise was visibly increased when he recognized the sword as one belonging to Caracalla. The soothsayer's prediction was apparently fulfilled. To the emperor's superstitious apprehensions the crystal goblet was charged with his safety. But lo! On being sought for, the charmed cup was gone. The next morning, as the sun was just rising over the green wolds, and the fresh air came brisk and sharply on the traveller's cheek, a stranger was noticed loitering through the narrow streets of the imperial city. He had passed the great Galcarian or Western Gate, from which the statue of the reigning emperor on that memorable morning was found raised from its pedestal. The outer and inner faces of the gate were whitened for the writing of edicts and proclamations by the government scribes, and likewise for the public notices of minor import, these being daubed on the walls with various degrees of skill. In red or black pigments, according to the nature of the decrees that were issued by the praetor, and the caprice of the artist. On that morning a number of idlers had assembled about the gate. The statue of the emperor, fallen prostrate, had been removed, and an edict promptly supplied, to the purport that an impious hand, having attempted the life of the monarch. A reward of 100,000 sestertia would be the price of his apprehension. Another reward of the like sum was offered for the discovery of a crystal goblet stolen from the emperor's chamber. The individual we have just noticed wore the common sleeved tunic of coarse wool. Over it was a cloak buckled on the right shoulder, the yarn being dyed in such wise that, when woven, it might resemble the skin of a brindled ox. Such was the dress of the ancient Britons. His head was covered with a close cap, but his feet were naked, and the only weapon he bore was a two-handed sword, stuck in his girdle. Ere he passed the gate it might be supposed that his business and credentials would have been rigidly scrutinized by the guards, but he merely showed a large signet ring to the superior officer, and was immediately allowed to pass. He soon came to the wooden bridge over the river, now kept by a body of the Praetorian guards. Here, on attempting to pass, he was immediately seized. With an air of stupid or affected concern, the prisoner drew the same signet from his hand, the sight of which again procured him immediate access. The bridge was crossed, and after passing along the narrow winding streets he came to a small triumphal arch leading into the Forum. This was an area of but mean extent, surrounded by a colonnade, serving as a market for all sorts of wares, and the trades carried on under its several porticos. The outer walls behind the columns were painted in compartments, black and red, and here a number of citizens were assembled. There was hurrying to and fro. Soldiers and messengers, even so early, were bustling about with ominous activity. The stranger looked on for a while with a vacant sort of curiosity, then, turning to the left hand, went forward towards the gate of the palace. On a corner of the building he saw another edict to the same purport as before. Near it was the announcement of a spectacle at the theatre, the gift of a wealthy patrician for the amusement and gratification of the people. Still the stranger passed on, apparently uninterested by all, until he came to the outer gate, where he merely paused a few moments, as though to observe the movements of the soldiers and the changing of the guard. The sound of the trumpet seemed to attract especial notice from this barbarian, whose uncouth air and rude manners drew upon him the gaze of many as they passed by. He now turned into a narrower street behind the palace, and here he sought out a common tavern, where the chequers newly painted on the doorposts betokened good entertainment for travellers. Having entered, the hostess, whose tucked-up dress and general appearance Martial, in his epigrams, so cunningly describes, brought him a vase or flagon of wine. It was not of the true Falernian flavour, as may be readily surmised, but a mixture of stuff which can hardly be described, of nauseous taste, smelling abominably of resin or pitch, and flavoured with myrrh and other bitters. Both hot and cold refections solicited the taste and regaled the sight of the visitor. Flitches of bacon were suspended from above, and firewood stuffed between the rafters, black and smoky with the reeking atmosphere below. At his own request, the stranger was installed in a small chamber behind the public room, where stood a couch, a three-footed table, and a lavatory. Here he was served with radishes, cheese, and roasted eggs in earthen vessels, with a relish of cornels in pickle. Ere this refection was brought in the table was rubbed over with a sprig of mint, and the coarse pottery betrayed an exquisite odour of thyme and garlic. After the needful refreshments and ablutions he sallied forth, first inquiring for the residence of the Chaldean soothsayer, before whose door, in due time, he arrived. The gate leading to the vestibule was open, and he entered by a narrow passage terminated by a small inner court. He paused, and looked round. No fountain played in the centre, a clump of rank, unwholesome grass was the only decoration. But the object of his search was a crooked wooden staircase, which led to a sort of gallery above. After a little hesitation he ascended, his country manners showing a determination to persevere, until fairly delivered of his errand. A door at the extremity of the gallery stood ajar, and through this he made bold to enter. A Numidian slave, dwarfish and deformed, was sweeping his master's chamber. He stopped short as the barbarian, with a stupid and wondering look, entered the apartment. After surveying the newcomer with an air of deliberate scrutiny, the dwarf burst forth into a violent fit of laughter. "Mercury hath sent us precious handsel this morning, truly," said he, when his diversion was concluded. A pretty hound to scent out master's lost goods. The gods do verily mock us in thy most gracious person. The visitor looked on with dismay during this ungracious and taunting speech. At length he stammered forth. Thy master, is he not the Chaldean to whom my mistress, knowing I was bound for the city, hath sent me privily with a message? The Briton spoke this in a sort of guttural and broken Latin, which the apish dwarf mimicked in the most mischievous and provoking way imaginable. The messenger, irritated beyond endurance, placed both hands on his weapon, but his antagonist, with little ado, tripped up his heels, and the poor aborigine was completely at the mercy of this grotesque specimen of humanity. Grinning over him with spite and mischief in his looks, the dwarf stamped on the floor. Presently there came 2 slaves, who, without further notice than a blow now and then when resistance was offered, bound him with stout cords, and bade him lie there until he should be further disposed of. Inquiry was vain as to the cause of this treatment. Bound hand and foot, he was then tossed with little ceremony and less compunction into a corner of the room, and there left to bemoan his hard fate. Perched just above his head sat the cunning raven, who eyed him as though with serious intentions of pecking at him in his present defenseless condition. He was soon aware of this additional source of alarm, and as the bird's eye brightened and twinkled with greedy anticipation, he rubbed his rapacious beak on the perch, apparently whetting it for the feast. He then jumped down on the floor, and hopping close to his victim, gave a hoarse and dismal croak, a death warning, it might be, to the unfortunate captive. He tried to burst his bonds, and shrieked out in the extremity of his alarm. His struggles kept the bird at a distance, but it continued to survey him with such a longing, liquorish eye, that the poor culprit felt himself already writhing, like another Prometheus, under the beak of his destroyer. His terror increased. It might be some demon sent to torment him, and this conviction strengthened when he saw the dismal and hideous things that surrounded him. Just as his agony was wrought to the highest pitch he heard footsteps. Even the sound was some relief. He knew not what further indignities, not to say violence, he might expect, but at all events there would be a change, and it was hailed as an alleviation to his misery. The soothsayer presented himself, attended by the ugly dwarf. A stupid barbarian, thou sayest the fates have sent us, said the Chaldean, as he entered. Bridle thine impious tongue, Merodach. What the dweller in immortal fire hath decreed will be accomplished, though by weak and worthless creatures such as these. What ho! Stranger, whence art thou? And why art thou moved so early across our threshold? My lord, said the prisoner, in a tone of entreaty, these bonds are unlawful, I am a freed man. Though a Briton, I am no slave, and I beseech you to visit this indignity on that rogue who hath so scurvily entreated me. I was privy to it, else would he not have dared this. And to what end, good master? That we may have an answer propitious to our suit. What? Are ye about to sacrifice me to your infernal deities? Cried the captive, almost frantic with the anticipation. My friend, thou art bound for another purpose, to wit, that through thy instrumentality we may discover the divining cup the emperor hath lost. Knowest thou aught of this precious crystal? Inquired the Chaldean, with a searching look. But it were vain to describe the astonishment of the victim. He looked almost in doubt of his own identity, or as if he were trying to shake off the impression of some hideous dream. At length he replied. 'Tis some device surely that ye may slay me. He wept, and the tears trickling down his cheek were indeed piteous to behold. I know not, said he, your meaning. Let me depart. Nay, said the soothsayer, thou mayest content thyself as thou list, but the cup shall be found, and that by thy ministry. The emperor hath offered rewards nigh to the value of 3 silver talents for the recovery, and assuredly thou shalt be held in durance until it be regained. And by whose authority? Inquired the Briton. Why, truly, it becometh thee to ask, seeing thou art a party interested in the matter. The emperor in whose care the jewel was left, hath sworn by the river Styx that unless the cup be brought back to the palace ere tomorrow's dawn, he will punish the innocent with the guilty, and that with no sparing hand. He hath already laid hands on some of the more wealthy citizens, and immersed them in divers sums, others are detained as hostages for suspected persons who are absent from the city. The loss of this cup being connected with a daring attempt on the emperor's life by some unknown hand, he doth suspect that the very palace wants purging from treason, yet where to begin, or on whom to fasten suspicion, he knoweth not. Mine art has hitherto failed me in the matter. The tools they work with baffle my skill, save that the oracle I consult commanded that I should lay hold on the first male person that came hither today, and by his ministry the lost treasure should be restored. Shouldst thou refuse, thou art lost, for assuredly the emperor will not be slow to punish thy contumacy. The miserable captive fell into great perplexity at this discourse. He vowed he knew no more of the lost cup than the very stones he trod on. That he had come since nightfall from his master, Lucius Claudius, lieutenant and standard-bearer of the 6th Legion, then at Isurium 79 on a mere casual errand to the city. And that his mistress, who was a British lady of noble birth, had instructed him, at the same time, to consult the soothsayer on some matters relative to her nativity, which the sage had calculated some years back. Almost a stranger in these parts, how could he pretend to begin the search? He begged piteously for his release, promising, and with great sincerity, that he would never set foot in this inhospitable region again. The magician inquired his name. Cedric with the ready foot, was the reply. Unmoved by his entreaties, the soothsayer said he had the emperor's command for the use of every method he could devise for the recovery of this precious and priceless jewel. And that, furthermore, the safety and even lives of many innocent persons depended on the stranger's exertions, and the speedy execution of his mission. But how to begin, or in what quarter to commence the search, was a riddle worthy of the Sphinx. A most unexpected and novel situation for this rude dweller in woods and morasses, to be suddenly thrust forth into a mighty city, without guide or direction, more ignorant of his errand than any of its inhabitants. Besides, he was not without a sort of incipient and instinctive dread that the catastrophe might procure him an interview with the emperor. And he was filled with apprehension lest his own carcass might afford a special treat, a sacrifice to the brutal appetite of the spectators in the amphitheatre, after the manner of the bestiarii, or gladiators, of whom he had often heard. Even could he have gotten word of this mishap to his master, he was by no means certain it would be attended with any beneficial result. The time was too short, and the will and mandate of the emperor would render futile any attempt to obtain deliverance from this quarter. A few moments sufficed for these considerations. The glance of the mind, when on the rack for expedients, is peculiarly keen, and hath an eagle-like perception that appears as though it could pierce to the dim and distant horizon of its hopes and apprehensions. Unbind these wives, said the captive, I cannot begin the search in this extremity. Merodach, undo these bonds, and see thou guard thy prisoner strictly, thy life answers for his safe keeping. The dwarf, who seemed never so well pleased as when tormenting the more fortunate and better Chopin of his species, unloosed the cords with something of the like feeling and intention as a cat when liberating some unfortunate mouse from her talons. There's a chance of rare sport at the shows tomorrow, said the ugly jailer. We are sure of thee, anyhow. Didst ever see the criminals fight with wolves, Hyrcanian bears, and such like? I would not miss the sight for the best feather in my cap. The cruel slave here rubbed his hands, and his yellow eyes glistened with the horrible anticipation. His victim groaned aloud. I'll tell thee a rare device, continued he, whereby thou mayest escape being eaten at least a full hour. And we shall have the longer sport. Mind thee, the beasts do not always get the carcasses for dinner. If they be cowardly and show little fight, we give the dead bestiarii to the dogs. I remember me well the last we threw into the emperor's kennel, the dogs made such a fighting for the carrion that he ordered each of us a flagellation for the disturbance. Let me see, there was, here the knave began to count the number of shows and human sacrifices he had seen, recounting every particular with the most horrible minuteness. Cedric felt himself already in the gripe of the savages, and his flesh verily quivered on his bones. Brutal and demoralizing were those horrid spectacles. The people of Rome, it has been well observed by a modern writer, were generally more corrupt by many degrees than has been usually supposed possible. Many were the causes which had been gradually operating towards this result, and amongst the rest the continual exhibition of scenes where human blood was poured forth like water. The continual excitement of the populace demanded fresh sacrifices, until even these palled upon the cruel appetites of the multitude. Even the more innocent exhibitions, where brutes were the sufferers, could not but tend to destroy all the finer sensibilities of the nature. 5,000 wild animals, torn from their native abodes in the wilderness and the forest, have been turned out for mutual slaughter in one single exhibition at the amphitheatre. Sometimes the lanista, or person who exhibited the shows and provided the necessary supplies, by way of administering specially to the gratification of the populace, made it known, as a particular favor, that the whole of these should be slaughtered. These, however, soon ceased to stimulate the appetite for blood. From such combats, the transition was inevitable to those of men, whose nobler and more varied passions spoke directly, and by the intelligible language of the eye, to human spectators. And from the frequent contemplation of these authorized murders, in which a whole people, women as much as men, and children intermingled with both, looked on with leisurely indifference, with anxious expectation, or with rapturous delight. Whilst below them were passing the direct sufferings of humanity, and not seldom its dying pangs, it was impossible to expect a result different from that which did, in fact, take place: universal hardness of heart, obdurate depravity, and a twofold degradation of human nature, the natural sensibility and the conscientious principle. Here was a constant irritation, a system of provocation to the appetite for blood, such as in other nations are connected with the rudest stages of society, and with the most barbarous modes of warfare. "Whither wilt thou that we direct our steps?" inquired Merodach, with mock submission, when the cords were unloosed. "Lead the way, I care not," said his moody victim, "'tis as well that I follow." A bitter and scornful laugh accompanied the reply of the dwarf. "That were a pretty device truly, to let thee lag behind, and without thy tether." "Ah, ah," chuckled the squire as they left the chamber, "Diogenes and his lantern was a wise man's search compared with ours. How the slave came to be so learned in Grecian lore we know not. His further displays of erudition were cut short by the soothsayer, who cried out to him as they departed, 'Remember, thy carcass for his if he return not.'" Now, in York, at this day, may be observed, where an angle of the walls abuts on the Mint Yard, a building named the Multangular Tower, and supposed to have been one of the principal fortifications of the city. However this might be, its structure has puzzled not a little even those most conversant with antiquities. The area was not built up all round, but open towards the city. The foundations of a wall have latterly been discovered, dividing it lengthwise through the center, and continued for some distance into the town. So that the whole may not inaptly be represented by a Jew trump, the tongue being the division, the circular end the present Multangular Tower, continued by walls on each side. This building, we have every reason to conjecture, was the Greek stadium or Roman circus, which authors tell us was a narrow piece of ground shaped like a staple. The round end called the barrier. The wall dividing it lengthwise is the spina, or flat ridge running through the middle, which was generally a low wall, and sometimes merely a mound of earth. This was usually decorated with statues of gods, columns, votive altars, and the like. As a corroboration of this opinion, there have been found here several small statues, altars, and other figures, betokening a place of public resort or amusement. The circus was not used merely for horse and chariot races, but likewise for wrestling, the caestus, and other athletic games. It was noted as the haunt of fortune-tellers, and thither the poorer people used to resort and hear their fortunes told. 80. Near this place stood the barracks, or castral. Long ranges of rooms divided into several stories, the doors of each chamber opening into one common gallery, ascended by a wooden staircase. Hither we must conduct our readers at the close of the day on whose inauspicious morning, Cedric with the ready foot, was placed in such jeopardy. The whole city meanwhile had been astir. The emperor's wrath and desire of revenge were excited to the utmost pitch. He suspected treachery even amongst the Praetorian guards, his favorite and best disciplined troops. And there was an apprehension of some terrible disgrace attaching even to them. Still, nothing further transpired implicating the soldiery, save that the assassin had escaped, and apparently through the very midst of the guard. Yet no one chose to accuse his fellow, or say by whose means this mysterious outlet was contrived. Not even to his most confidential minister did the emperor reveal the discovery of his son's weapon. Neither that son, nor his guilty accomplices, if any, could be found, and the day was fast closing upon the monarch's threat, that on the morrow his vengeance should have its full work unless the crystal goblet was restored. There had been a public spectacle at the theatre, but the emperor was not present, and such was the consternation of the whole city that the performance was but scantily attended. The city was apparently on the eve of some sad catastrophe, and the whole population foreboding some fearful event. In the circus were yet some stray groups, who, having little employment of their own, were listening for news, and loitering about either for mischief or amusement. In one part was exhibited a narrow wooden box, not unlike to our puppet show, wherein a person was concealed having figures made of wood and earthenware that seemed to act and speak, to the great wonder and diversion of the audience. As the rays of the declining sun smote upon the city walls and the white sails of the barks below, there came into the circus the dwarf who had charge of Cedric. The captive now looked like a sort of appendage to his person, being strapped to his arm by a stout thong of bull's hide, such as was used for correcting refractory slaves. The hours allotted for search were nearly gone. Day was drawing to a close, and Cedric had done little else than bemoan his hard fate. The whole day had been spent in wandering from place to place, urged on by the scoffs and jeers of his companion. Some furtive attempts to escape had been the cause of his present bondage. Hither, at length, they arrived. Tired and distressed, he sat down on one of the vacant benches, and gave vent to his sorrows in no very careful or measured language. "What can I do," said he, "a stranger in this great city, to set me a-finding what I never knew? A grain of wheat in a barn full of chaff, mayhap, a needle in a truss of hay, anything I might find but what was sheer impossible. And now am I like to be thrown to the dogs, like a heap of carrion. But the oracle, friend. Plague on the oracle," for, here his speech was interrupted. For happening to look up, he saw, as he fancied, the eyes of one of the little figures in the showbox ogling him, and making mouths in such wise as to draw upon him the attention of the spectators, now roaring with laughter at his expense. Reckless of consequences, and almost furious from sufferings, he suddenly jumped up, and dragging the dwarf along with him, made a desperate blow at the mimic, which, in a moment, laid sprawling a whole company of little actors. Together with the prime mover himself, and the showman outside to boot. The fray, as may readily be conceived, waxed loud and furious. The owners and bystanders, not discriminating as to the main cause of the attack, would have handled both the keeper and the captive very roughly, had not the noise awakened the attention of the soldiers in the neighboring barracks. Hearing the affray, a party ran to ascertain the cause of the disturbance, and seeing two men whom a whole crowd had combined to attack, concluded they were culprits, and forthwith haled them before the captain of the guard, a centurion. Diogenes Verecundus by name. Cedric and the dwarf, being rescued from a sound beating, began to abuse one another as the cause of the disturbance, but the officer, by dint of threats and inquiries, soon learned the truth of the matter. "Thank the stars, I shall be rid of this pestilence tomorrow," said Merodach. "My master could not have found me such another, and how the fates could pitch upon such a sorry cur for the business seems passing strange. If he find the cup I'll be beaten to a jelly in it. Thy carcass will be meat for the emperor's hounds tomorrow. If, as thou sayest," said the centurion, "thou art so mightily weary of thy charge, leave him to my care. I would fain have some discourse with him privily touching what thou hast spoken." The slave hesitated. "On the word of a Roman soldier he shall be forthcoming. Tell thy master that Verecundus the centurion hath taken thy prisoner captive. Here is money for thee." The Ethiop showed his teeth like ivory studs on a coral band, while the rings shook in his wrinkled ears as he took the largesse. Yet his brow contracted, and he hung his head. He hesitated to unloose the bonds. By what token? He at length inquired. By this, said the centurion, taking up a thong for his correction. Stay, continued he, laying it down, I will not punish thee undeservedly. Take these, they will bear thee harmless with thy master. The dwarf took the writing thankfully, and made the best of his way to the dwelling of the soothsayer. The officer now beckoned Cedric that he should follow. In a low room by the guard-chamber at the gate the following conversation took place. There is evil denounced us of a truth, said Verecundus, but it may be the gods have sent thee hither for our rescue, as the oracle hath said. The Briton fixed his wondering eyes on the soldier whilst he continued. I have pondered the words well, and if thou prove trusty, ere this night past the plot shall be discovered and the ringleader secured. We have need of such a one as thou, a stranger, whom they will not suspect, and will use the intelligence he obtains with a vigilant and cunning eye. There is work for thee, which, if well done, may bring thee to great wealth and honor. If thou fail, we fall together in the same ruin. There is a plot against the emperor, and one which hath its being, in the very secrets of the palace. Those nearest him I am well assured are the chief movers in the conspiracy. 'Tis this makes it so perilous to discover, and without a fitting agent the mischief will not be overcome. I have thought to throw myself at the emperor's feet, but having no proof withal to support my suspicions, I should in all likelihood fall a sacrifice to my own fidelity. But how, asked the bewildered Cedric, shall I discover them? Verily it doth seem that today I am destined to work out impossibilities. How it comes to pass that a poor ignorant wretch like myself should compass these things, it faileth my weak fancy to discover. The soothsayer's speech is not lightly to be regarded. Hark thee, knave! Is life precious unto thee? Yea, truly is it. I have a wife and children, besides a few herds and other livestock, likewise sundry beeves the forest. But unless I can find favour in your eyes, my goods, alas! I am not like to see again. Nor wilt thou peradventure again behold the light of yon blessed sun which hath just gone down. The shades of evening are upon us, and the shadows of death are upon thine eyelids, for, hark thee, I do suspect some treasonable message in thine errand to the city. Cedric, with a look of terror and incredulity, stammered out. As I live, I know not thy meaning. Thou art in my power, and unless thou servest me faithfully, thou deest a cruel and fearful death. What was the exact message wherewith thou was entrusted? The Briton's countenance brightened as he replied. I give it to thee with right goodwill. No treason lurks there, I trow. Take this, said my master, yesternight, giving me a signet ring, take it to York by daybreak. At the gate show it to the guard. If they let thee pass, well. If not, return, for there is mischief in the city. At the bridge, shouldest thou get so far, again show it, where, I doubt not, thou shalt find thereby a ready passage. Seek thee out some by tavern where thou mayest refresh. Then about midday go into the street called the Goldsmiths, and there inquire for one Caius Lupus, the empress jeweller. Show him the signet, and mark what he shall tell thee. Thou hast given him the signet, then? Said the centurion, sharply. Nay. For my mistress, as ill luck would have it, hearing of my journey, and she having had some knowledge of the soothsayer's art aforetime, bade me consult him ere my errand was ready with the goldsmith. And deliver a pressing request for the horoscope which had been long promised. What passed then, as thou knowest, is the cause of my calamity. But didst thou not search out the dwelling of this same Caius, and do thine errand? I did. But in the straits which I endured I was not careful to note the time. An hour past midday I sought out his dwelling, but he was gone to the palace on urgent business with the empress, nor was it known when he might return. Sayest thou so, friend? I would like to look at this same potent talisman. Cedric drew forth the ring. It was a beautiful onyx, on which, engraven with exquisite workmanship, was a head of the youthful Caracalla encircled by a laurel wreath, showing marks of the most consummate skill. Was thine errand told to the soothsayer, was the next inquiry. Verily, nay, said the messenger, there was little space for parley ere I was thrust forth. He saw not the signet, then. Of a truth it has not been shown save to the guards for my passport. Now, knave, thy life hangs on a thread so brittle that a breath shall break it. This same goldsmith I do suspect. But thou shalt see him, and whatsoever he showeth I will be at hand that thou mayest tell me privily. I will then instruct thee what thou shalt do. If thou fail not in thy mission, truly thou shalt have great rewards from the emperor. But if thou whisper, I to the walls, of our meeting, thou deest. Remember thou art watched. Think not to escape. The poor wretch caught hold on this last hope of deliverance, and promised to obey. There was a narrow vault beneath the women's apartments in the palace, communicating by many intricate passages with an outlet into the forum. Here, on this eventful night, was an unusual assemblage. The vault was deep, even below the common foundations of the city, and where the light of day never came. An iron lamp hung from one of the massy arches of the roof. The damp and stagnant vapors lending an awful indistinctness to the objects they surrounded. Chill drops lay on the walls and on the slippery floor. The stone benches were green with mildew. And it seemed as though the foot of man had rarely passed its threshold. In this chamber several individuals were now assembled in earnest discourse, their conversation whispered rather than spoken. Yet their intrepid and severe looks, and animated gestures, ever and anon betrayed some deep and resolute purpose more than usually portentous. An untoward event truly, said one of the speakers, Virius Lupus himself, the emperor's private secretary. If the old magician could have been won, it had been well. He might have saved the encounter and hazard we must now undergo. But let him hold his fealty. We have stout hearts and resolute hands enow to bring the matter to a successful issue. Thus spoke Caracalla, the unnatural eldest born of his father. And yet, replied the secretary, he hath a ready admittance to his person, and a great sway over thy father's counsels. I heed him not, now that brave men work. It were time that our trusty servant, the commander at Isurium, had sent the message, with the token I left him on my departure. Ere this we ought to have known the hour we may expect his troops to move on the capital. I had thought to have made all safe, to have put it beyond the power of fate to frustrate our purpose, but I was foiled like a beardless boy at his weapons. He gnashed his teeth as he spoke. And this monster of cruelty breathed a horrible threat against the life even of a parent and a king. Here is the roll, said one, who from his inkhorn and reed pen seemed to be the scribe, and whose ambition had been lured by a promise that he should have the office of sextumber in the imperial city. Here be the names and disposition of the troops, the avenues and gates to which they are appointed. We but wait a messenger from Isurium to make our plans complete, said Caracalla. By the same courier I send back this cipher. Examine it, Fabricius. The troops of Lucius Claudius are to march directly on the forum, and slay all who attempt resistance. Thou, Virius Lupus, wilt guide them through the secret passage into the palace. The secretary bowed assent. Though the empress knows not our high purpose, it is by her connivance we are here, safe from the emperor's spies. Under her mantle we are hidden. Suspicion hath crossed her that I am about to head the troops. That my father, oppressed with age and infirmities, will retire to Rome, and that I, Caracalla, rule in Britain. Then she knows not the mishap of yesternight? She knows of the attempt, but not the agent. I would the messenger were come. 'Tis an unforeseen delay. I pray the gods there be not treachery somewhere. The officers and guards at the Calcarian gate and the bridge are ours, they were instructed to obey the signet. We will vouch for the fidelity, said 2 or 3 of the conspirators. Should he not arrive before midnight we must strike, said Fabricius. Aye, as before, said the more cautious secretary. But we may now get a broken head for our pains. The time brooks not delay, said Caracalla. Every moment now is big with danger to our enterprise. Be not again too hasty, replied the secretary, there be none that will divulge our plans. Let every part be complete before we act. We cannot succeed should there be a disjointed purpose. Caracalla, vehement, and unused to the curb, was about to reply, when the door opened and a dumb slave slowly entered. He crossed his hands, and pointed to the door. "A messenger," said they all. "The gods are at last propitious," said Caracalla. "Let him approach." Soon one was led in by the sentinel, blindfolded, and the latter immediately withdrew. "The sign," cried the secretary. The stranger, without hesitation, presented a ring. "'Tis the same," said Caracalla. He touched a concealed spring in the signet, and from underneath the gem drew forth a little paper with a scrap of writing in cipher. It was held before the lamp, and the intelligence it contained rendered their plot complete. Ere break of day, the deed would be accomplished. The morning would see Caracalla proclaimed, and Severus deposed. "Have ye any token to my master?" inquired the messenger. "Take back this writing," said Virius Lupus. "Thou wilt find him not far from the city. We wait his coming." "This leaden-heeled Mercury should have a largess," said the chief, "but in this den we have not wherewithal to give him." "Hold! Here is a good recompense, methinks," continued he, taking the crystal goblet from a recess. "Take this to thy mistress, and tell her to buy it from thee. We will see her anon. That charmed cup hath foiled me once, but I will foil thee now, and the powers thou servest. Thou shalt not again cross my path." Cedric took the gift, wrapping it beneath his cloak. "Thou mayest depart." The dumb sentinel again took charge of him, and led him away by many intricate passages towards the entrance, where it seems the goldsmith had directed him on presenting the signet of Caracalla. The person who took charge of him was a dumb eunuch, a slave in the service of the empress. But the terrors of death were upon the wretched victim. He knew the centurion would assuredly be at hand to receive his report, and he could not escape. He had not brought back one word of intelligence, and being blindfolded, he knew not whither he had been taken. The writing he carried would assuredly be unintelligible save to those for whom it was intended. His mission, he could perceive, had utterly failed. The centurion would not be able to profit by anything he had brought back, and must inevitably, according to his pledge, at once render him up to the soothsayer. Whilst ruminating on his hard fate, a sudden thought crossed him. There was little probability of success, but at all events it might operate as a diversion in his favor, and the design was immediately executed. Skulking for a moment behind the slave, he tore off the bandage, and tripped up the heels of his conductor. Before the latter could recover himself, the Briton's gripe was on his throat. "Now, slave, thou art my prisoner. Lead on, or by this good sword, thou deest." The torch he carried was luckily not extinguished in the fall. The eunuch, almost choking, made a sign that he would obey. With the drawn blade at his throat, the slave went on. But Cedric, ever wary, and with that almost instinctive sagacity peculiar to man in his half-civilized state, kept a tiger-like watch on every movement of his prisoner, which enabled him to detect the fingers of the slave suddenly raised to his lips, and a shrill whistle would have consigned him over to certain and immediate destruction. But he struck down the uplifted hand with a blow which made his treacherous conductor crouch and cringe almost to the ground. "Another attempt," said Cedric, "and we perish together." The wily slave looked all penitence and submission. Silently proceeding, apparently through the underground avenues of the palace, Cedric was momentarily expecting his arrival at the place where the centurion kept watch. A flight of steps now brought them to a spacious landing place. Suddenly a lamp was visible, and beneath it sat a number of soldiers, the emperor's bodyguard. They gave way as the eunuch passed by, followed by Cedric, his sword still drawn. Several of these groups were successively cleared. The guide, by a countersign, was enabled to thread his way through every obstacle that presented itself. The Briton's heart misgave him as they approached a vestibule, before which a phalanx of the guards kept watch. Here he thought it prudent to sheath his weapon, though he still followed the eunuch, as his only remaining chance of escape. Even here they were instantly admitted, and without any apparent hesitation. The door turned slowly on its pivot, and Cedric found himself in a richly decorated chamber, where, by the light of a single lamp, and with the smell of perfumed vapor in his nostrils, he saw a figure in costly vestments reclining on a couch. The slave prostrated himself. "What brings thee from thy mistress at this untimely hour?" "A message from the Empress." Here the speaker raised himself from the couch, and the slave, with great vehemence, made certain signs, which the wondering Briton understood not. "Ah," said the emperor, his eyes directly levelled at the supposed culprit. "Thou hast found the thief who, in the confusion of yesternight, bore away the magic cup. Bring him hither that I may question him ere his carcass be sent to the beasts." The doomed wretch was now fairly in the paws of the very tyrant he had so long dreaded. The death which by every stratagem he had striven to avoid was now inevitable. He was betrayed by means of the very device he had, as he thought, so craftily adopted, but still his natural sagacity did not forsake him even in this unexpected emergency. As he prostrated himself, presenting the cup he had stowed away safely in his cloak, he still kept a wary eye on the slave who had betrayed him. He saw him preparing to depart. And knowing that his only hope of deliverance lay in preventing his guide from giving warning to the conspirators they had just left, Cedric, with a sudden spring, leaped upon him like a tiger, even in the presence of the monarch. The latter, astounded at this unexpected act of temerity, was for a few moments inactive. This pause was too precious to be lost. Desperation gave him courage, and Cedric addressed the dread ruler of the world even whilst he clutched the gasping traitor. "Here, great monarch, here is the traitor, and if I prove him not false, on my head be the recompense." He said this in a tone of such earnestness and anxiety that the emperor was suddenly diverted from his purpose of summoning his attendants. He saw the favorite slave of the empress writhing in the gripe of the barbarian. But the events of the last few hours had awakened suspicions which the lightest accusations might confirm. He remembered his son's guilt, the facility of his escape, and it might be that treason stood on the very threshold, ready to strike. He determined to sift the matter, and the guard now summoned, the parties were separated, each awaiting the fiat of the monarch. "Where is Virius Lupus?" was the emperor's first inquiry. "He hath not returned from the apartments of the empress." "Let this slave be bound," cried Cedric. "Force him to conduct you even to the place whence, blindfold, he hath just led me, and if you find not a nest of traitors, my own head shall be the forfeit." Dark and fearful was the flash that shot from the emperor's eye on the devoted eunuch. Pale and trembling he fell on his knees, supplicating with uplifted hands for mercy. He knew it was vain to dissemble. "And what wert thou doing in such perilous company?" inquired the emperor, turning to Cedric, and in a voice which made him shrink. "Let the centurion, Diogenes Veracundus, be sought out. He waits my return by the forum gate. To him the city owes a discovery of this plot, and Rome her monarch." The faithful centurion was soon found. The eunuch conducted them secretly to the vault. The conspirators were seized in the very height of their anticipated success. The roll containing the names of the leaders, the plan of attack, and the disposition of the rebellious troops, was discovered. And the morning sun darted a fearful ray on the ghastly and bleeding heads uplifted on the walls and battlements of the imperial palace. But with misplaced clemency the monster Caracalla was again pardoned. The centurion Diogenes Veracundus was raised to the dignity of sexumvir. The only reward claimed by the generous and sturdy Briton was an act of immunity for his master, who was merely dismissed from his post and banished the kingdom.